Affidavit was initially handed up with the other affidavits of Colonel Mangena, and it was marked Exhibit X13F. However, no further reference was made to that affidavit. We just request to renumber it as Exhibit M.
Any objections on the defense?
No objection.
No objection, okay.
Yes. And since no reference, it was just merely handed up and no reference was made to it,
Okay.
the record will not be confused. Then MM2, I'm sorry my lord, Exhibit MM1 and MM2, these are court charts compiled by Lieutenant Colonel Sireo. I've just attached the 2 pages together. Exhibit MM1 are the charts of the test bullet 8, and it consists of 6 pages.
Yes.
Page 1 to 3 are the test bullet of groove or length number 1.
Sorry, you say? On page 3 you say? 1 to 3?
1 to 3, those are the, that is the first groove of test bullet number 8.
Or test bullet number 8?
Yes, it's the first groove. It goes up to page 3.
Okay.
Then page 4 is the second groove or the second length. Then pages 5 to 6.
Wait. Second group, you say it's on page 4?
Yes, on page 4, my lord.
Of which bullet?
Test bullet number, still test bullet number 8.
Still number 8?
Yes.
Okay.
Then page 5, still test bullet number 8, is groove or length number 3.
Right.
Then page 6, just merely an enlargement of the previous page, is still groove number 3.
It's an enlargement of page 5.
Yes.
Right.
So that is now as far as Exhibit M1 is concerned.
Right.
That is test bullet number 8.
Okay.
Now Exhibit M2 is the next bundle that I've stapled together. And M2, these are the charts for test bullet number 4.
Okay.
It consists of 6 pages.
All right.
Page 1 to 4 relates to the first groove. For length number 1. Then page 5 to 6, still test bullet number 4, pertains to the second groove or length number 2.
So from page 5 is the second, still the test bullet 4, but it's the second group.
Indeed, my lord. 5 to 6, it's yes, test bullet number 4 and pertains to the second group
Okay.
or the second land. Thank you. Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Sireo, can you just put your rank on record?
Ngikopa ngicela ubeke i-rank yakho ukuthi qosha.
I'm a lieutenant colonel in the South African Police.
U-Lieutenant Colonel esiphoyiseni saseMzansi.
And where are you attached?
Manje usebenzelaphi?
I'm attached to the ballistic section of the Forensic Science Laboratory.
Ngisebenzela i-ballistic section ye-laboratory, i-National Forensic Laboratory.
In what capacity?
Umsebenzi wakho kuyini-ke?
I'm currently the operational team leader at ballistic section.
Manje-ke yimina ku-operational team leader usho ukuthi wena komkhuzi wale section.
And what do your duties entail as the operational team leader?
Manje yini umsebenzi wakho njenge-operational team leader?
My duties entail leadership and management of the operational team,
Usho ukuthi umsebenzi wami-ke ukuhola nokuqondisa ithimba leli esenza ngokubheka umsebenzi wenziwayo.
allocation of casework to operational members,
Unikezela umsebenzi kwabasebenza khona lapho.
review of casework coming back from operational members,
Ukuthi-ke ubheka ke futhi umsebenzi ovela kwabenza umsebenzi.
to provide mentoring and coaching of
And
team members.
futhi-ke nokusiza-ke abasafufusa ukuthi bakhule emsebenzini.
And to also do casework.
Futhi-ke nokwenza-ke umsebenzi wokuhlola.
Now, when did you join the South African Police?
Waqala nini ukusebenzela isiphoyisa?
I joined the SAPS in 1995.
Ngaqala ukusebenzela isiphoyisa ngo-1995.
Two years of which, the first 2 years of which I spent at visible policing.
Qaleni-ke ngasebenza iminyaka emibili lapha kwa-visible policing kusho ukuthi amaphoyisa asebenza emphakathini.
Yes, where?
That is at the Khalishiu Police Station in the Northern Cape, in Kimberley.
Ngangisebenza-ke eGalishiwe Police Station ese-Kimberley ese-Northern Cape.
And Kuruman Police Station, also in the Northern Cape.
Futhi ngasebenza-ke nase-Kuruman Police Station e-Northern Cape.
Yes. And thereafter?
Emva kwalokho-ke
I joined the ballistic section of the Forensic Science Laboratory in 1997.
ngo-1997-ke ngase ngiyoqala ukusebenza e-laboratory. Ngijoyina-ke la ngasho ukuthi ngaqala ukusebenzisana nalaba abasenza nge-ballistic kusho ukuthi ukuhlola kwezibhamu ney'nhlamvu.
Do you perhaps have the date and the month?
Unalo usuku mhlambe nenyanga.
I commenced my duties at ballistic section in 1997, February the 2nd or the 3rd. I'm not sure about the day. I think it was the 2nd or the 3rd. 1997.
Ngaqala-ke ukusenza ngicabanga ukuthi kwakuwumhla ka-2 kuFebruary noma umhla ka-3 ngisakhumbuli kahle kodwa kwakuyinyanga yesibili uFebruary ka-1997.
I just want to show you a document that we've marked Exhibit M.
Ngifuna ukuthi sibheke lapha exhibit M.
If you can turn to page 4 of Exhibit M, there's a signature there. Whose signature is that?
Ubani kwasayinda lapho ekhasini lesine?
It is my signature, my lord.
Athi mina ngasayinda lapho.
And if you turn over the page, the affidavit was commissioned. What is the date of commissioning of your affidavit?
Manje ya-commission nini-ke le affidavit yakho?
The date of commissioning commissioning is the 5th of September 2023.
Omhla 5 September 2023.
And the document exhibit triple M consists of 5 pages. If you turn to page 1,
Ake siyeke ku page 1 weka exhibit MMM.
there's initial in there. Whose initials are those?
Ubani wafaka ama initials zakhe lapha?
Is my initials, my lord.
Awami.
Yes.
And the other initial is the initials of the Commissioner of Oaks.
Lo munye ke waye ufaka ama initials zakhe lapha kusho ukuthi Commissioner of Oath.
And on page 2,
Asekhasini lesibili.
It is also the same, my lord.
Yebo kusafana nalapho.
page 3,
Khasini lesithathu.
It is also the same, my lord.
Kusafana nakhona lapho.
and you testify that you signed the affidavit in full on page 4.
Futhi yaqinisekisa ukuthi usayinde i-affidavit ngokugcwele ekhasini lesine.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. Can I ask you then to read the contents of exhibit triple M into the record?
Ngicela ke ufunde ukukhona lapha ku affidavit yakho ukuthi kuqoshwe phansi.
Ulibile Edward Sereo declares under oath in accordance with section 212, subsection 4A and 8A of the Criminal Procedure Act, Act 51 of 1997, 77 as amended, as follows.
Lapha ke kuthiwa ulibile Edward Sereo uyasho ngaphansi kwesifungo ngokuhambisana no section 212 subsection 4A and 8A ka Criminal Procedure Act number 51 1997 ubekisa kanjena.
Sorry, let's the witness read his curriculum vitae, right, and thereafter you interpret. So
That's the
let's flow.
practices.
Okay.
Yes, you may proceed. Paragraph 1, you can leave out the your force number, just your rank.
I'm a lieutenant colonel in the South African Police Service at the Forensic Science Laboratory, 270 Pretoria Road, Silverton.
You don't need to read your telephone number. Yes, next sentence.
I'm a chief forensic analyst and in service of the state. Paragraph 2. I've been attached to the ballistic section since 1997 as an examiner of forensic ballistics with the following qualifications and experience. Academic qualifications. I completed an advanced program in forensic criminalistics, specializing in forensic ballistics at the University of South Africa. I obtained a BCom law degree from the University of South Africa.
When was that?
The advanced program in forensic criminalistics was completed in 1999.
Yes, and the BCom law?
It was complete. The BCom law was completed in 2013.
Yes, paragraph 2.2.
I have to date examined the excess of 4,481 cases. I examine ballistics-related cases as part of my daily task and testify on regular basis in the courts of South Africa and neighboring countries. I have attended the following internal and external training interventions: identification of ammunition, fired bullets, and fired cartridge cases, the use of microscopic equipment, microscopic individualization of firearms, ammunition, fired bullets, fired cartridge cases, tools, and tool marks, acquisition of fired cartridge case and fired bullet data on integrated ballistics identification system, which is called IBIS. Identification of firearms, the examination of firearm mechanisms, the different manufacturing processes of firearms and firearm components, the examination of homemade devices, microphotography, techniques associated with the recovering and restoration processes of obliterated alphanumeric figures on metals, the reloading of ammunition and the manufacturing processes of ammunition, short-range determination, crime scene investigation and examination techniques, the taking of photographs and the documentation of the results during an investigation, physical matching, documentation of examination results. Under internal forensic ballistics, functioning of firearm mechanisms during the firing process, burning rates of propellant powder and gas pressure, the transfer of marks by the firearm to cartridges, fired cartridge cases, and fired bullets. Intermediate forensic ballistics, the effect that hot gases, propellant powder, and partially burnt propellant powder has on intermediate target before and after the exit of the bullet from the muzzle. The forming and effect of secondary missiles caused by intermediate targets. The trajectory of the bullet from the muzzle of the firearm to the final point of impact.
So it's just read the heading there.
The heading is external forensic ballistics.
Yes.
So under this heading, I did the trajectory of the bullet from the muzzle of the firearm to the final point of impact. Under terminal forensic ballistics, I studied the wounding effect that the bullet has on tissue, that is wound ballistics. The effect that the bullet has on target. The effect that the target has on the bullet. I successfully completed an external proficiency test compiled by the Collaborative Testing Services in Hedon, America.
When was that?
The external proficiency test, they come on regular basis now.
Okay.
I do not have the specific date now. I can't recall the specific date, but we do proficiency test from time to time.
Yes.
I've been trained in the operation of the Integrated Ballistics Identification System, IBIS. I visited the following firearm and ammunition manufacturers to ascertain the processes that are used in the manufacturing of firearms and ammunition. Littleton Engineering Works, Pretoria Metal Pressings, which is called PMP, Tivelo, New Generation Ammunition, which is called NGA, Somchem, and Swartlip. I attended a course presented by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which is called the FBI of the United States of America, in August to September 2002, which comprised of the following: bullet trajectory reconstruction, techniques in firearms identification, gunpowder and gunshot residue. I received in-service training in the identification and examination of brand marks and tattoo marks on animals. I visited the following institutions during my training in brand marks and tattoo marks examination: Taltech in Breaths, which deals with cattle crush and brand mark equipment, who are cattle crush and brand mark equipment manufacturers. RAU Easy Farming, which is in Reeds. They they are brand mark equipment manufacturers. Surveyed in Pretoria, they are brand mark and tattoo mark equipment manufacturers and distributors. OC's Tannery in Randfontein, they are tannery and hide processing unit. SAPS mounted unit in Potchefstroom, they do freeze branding. Swart Regens in Northwest, that was for brand mark demonstrations. DAFF, that is Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestries in Pretoria, that was a lecture regarding brand mark and tattoo mark registration. Northwest Pound in Lichtenburg, that was in respect of pound documentation. GMP Basic in Johannesburg, that is in respect of animal identification systems. I was declared competent and proficient in forensic ballistics examination.
Yes, we can stop there to give Mr. Noble, the interpreter, the opportunity to interpret.
Lana kuchaza-ke ukuthi Lieutenant Espoir Census South Africa, ngaphansi kwe-Forensic Science Laboratory esePitori eSilverton, futhi-ke Chief Forensic Analyst kusho ukuthi umkantshubovu ekuhloleni and futhi-ke usebenzela umbuso. Kusho ukuthi kwaqala ukusebenzela le section yakwa-Ballistic ngo-1997 umhloli wezibhamu nezinhlamvu and futhi-ke iy'fundo zakhe zihamba kanjena iy'fundo zakhe ukuthi une-advanced program ye-forensic criminalistics senzela igxile kakhulu kwi-forensic ballistic ngaphansi kwe-University of Pretoria. Leso sifundo wasifundela ngo-1999 futhi-ke futhi wathola ne-BCom Law eyithola enyuvesi yase-South Africa ngo-2013 futhi-ke khona-ke nakufundela kukhona-ke namakhesi awo inkulungwane ezine amakhulu amane namashumi ayisishiyagalombili nanye wamakhesi asebenza kuwona and futhi-ke wafunda-ke nezinye iy'fundo la efundela khona-ke ukukhomba izinhlamvu ezidutsholiwe nama-cartridge-ke aphuma ebhamini esedutsholiwe kusebenzisa i-microscope, ukusebenzisa kwi-microscope ukwazi ukuthi abone ukwehlukana kwey'nhlamvu nokuthola-ke ama-cartridge asesetshenzisiwe sebenzisa-ke lo mshini okuthiwa integrated ballistic identification system, mshini-ke uzama ukuhlaziya ukufanana kwey'nhlamvu esesetshenzisiwe nokuthi-ke akhombe ibhamu nokwehluka kwazo, khombise futhi-ke nokuthi uzihlola kanjani ibhamu ukuthi zisebenza kanjani, futhi-ke wafunda-ke nokuthi-ke akwazi ukukhomba ukuthi ukwakhiwa kwezibhamu nokwakhiwa kwezinto ezisetshenziswa ezibhamini kunjani, ukuthi kahlole futhi nokuthi izibhamu ezakhiwa ekhaya oqhasha bakhiwa kanjani and futhi-ke nokuthi-ke indlela okwakhiwa ngazo zinjani, bese wafunda-ke nokubheka izithombe zezinto ezincane ezikhishwa ngo-microscope futhi-ke ney'ndlela zokuthi kutholakale izinombolo mhlawumbe ezake zagcina zibhaliwe ezibhamini. Wafunda-ke nokufakwa kwey'nhlamvu ezibhamini and nokuthi-ke ubude-ke bebanga elingadutshulwa inhlamvu ethize lingakanani, nokuthi ayohlola iy'ndawo lapho kwaba nesigameko esithize njani, nokuthi-ke ayohlola-ke ukufananisa izinhlamvu ezisetshenzisiwe and nokuthi-ke abhale imiko emihle echaza ngalokho asekuhlolile. Funda-ke futhi-ke nokubheka-ke ukuthi kwenzekani ngaphakathi kwesibhamu. Qhubeka funda futhi nokufunda ukuthi uma ke ibhamu sesidutshuliwe kwenzekani mhlambe ke ngemimoya le eshisayo iphuma ngaphakathi kwesibhamu ukuthi isebenza kanjani qhubeka kwafundela futhi ke nokuthi ke inhlamvu isiphumile esibhamini kufanele ihamba kanjani iziyofika la efike ishaye khona funda nokuthi ke egcineni kwenzekani mhlambe ke la inhlamvu esishaye khona mhlambe ke la kuba khona nenqa ukuthi inqaba lifanele libe njani inhlamvu idubule ngayiphi indlela qhubeka kwafunda nezifundo eziningi ezifaka futhi nokuthi ke IB system isetshenziswa kanjani wathi wavakashela ney'ndawo lapho kwakhiwa khona izinhlamvu ezinjenga-Littleton Engineering Works, Pretoria Metal Processing, i-Truvelo, i-New Generation Ammunition, Soncam, Swartclap, futhi waya-ke nasemelika ukuyofundela khona ifundiswa i-FBI wahlala iy'nyanga ey'mbili August noSeptember 2002 lapho efunde khona ukuthi inhlamvu ihamba kanjani iphuma esibhamini nokuthi-ke aqhubeka phambili nokufunda ukuthi izibhamu zikhonjwa kanjani funda nokuthi-ke i-gunpowder noma-ke le powder ifakwa ngaphansi phakathi kwesibhamu ihlala isebenza kanjani futhi ishiya-ke izimpawu ezinjani futhi waqhubeka efunde wayobheka-ke nokuthi ama-tattoo marks ahlala kanjani ezilwaneni waseke futhi eyofundiswa labo abakha izinto zokusebenzisa-ke ukubeka izimpawu ezithize ezilwaneni njengasey'nkomeni efana nokuthi L-Rasavet, Oasis, no-subs like mounted unit la bamfundisa khona ukuthi uma kusetshenziswa lolu hlobo kuthiwa i-freeze branding isebenza kanjani and waqhubeka nako-sword reference nako-DAF ePretoria lokuthi make zibhaliwe iy'lwane kugcinwa kanjani imibiko echaza ukuthi iy'lwane yiziphi ezibrandiwe and qhubeka-ke kuya koma-Lichtenburg e-Northern Cape e-North-West Pound la bamchaza khona ukuthi iy'nkomo esezibekiwe zibekwa ngayiphi indlela waye ko-GM Basic eJohannesburg la khona efundiswa khona ukuthi izilwane ukwazi kusetshenziswa ziphi iy'nhlobo ney'ndlela zokuthi iy'lwane ukwazi ukuzikhomba and futhi wagcina etholeke neqhuzu lokuthi-ke umkantshubovu ekusebenzeni-ke ngezibhamu nezinhlamvu ukuhlola izinhlamvu zesibhamu.
Thank you. If I can take you back to page 1 of Exhibit M, paragraph 2.2. In the second sentence, you mentioned that you testify on regular basis in the courts in South Africa. In which forums have you testified?
Nje lana ku-2.2 uyachaza ukuthi ujwayele ukuthi fakaza lapho ke kudingeka ukuthi ufakaze khona la ezweni le-South Africa kuyabuzwa ukuthi wayefakaza ey'ndaweni ezinjengasiphi.
I testify both in criminal matters and civil matters.
Nginga ubufakazi lapho kuqulwa khona amacala obugebengu namacala criminal lapho kunezibikiswana ezingafaka ubugebengu.
And in lower courts and high courts.
Uthi uletha ubufakazi ey'nkantolo ezinkulu ney'nkantolo ezingenzansi.
And when was the last time that you testified in court?
Wagcina nini-ke ukufakaza enkantolo?
I was testifying last week in the High Court of Thohoyandou.
Kuleli viki eledlule ngangifakaza enkantolo enkulu yaseThohoyandou.
You also mention in the same paragraph that you also testify in neighboring countries.
Uvezile nokuthi uyafakaza-ke nasey'nkantolo zasemazweni ancikene nelomzansi.
That is correct, my lord.
Wathi yebo kunjani?
In which countries have you testified?
Imaphi amazwe okwake wafakaza kuwona?
I testified in Swaziland on several times.
Kaningi ke sengile ngayo fakaza kwela kangwane kaningana.
And I also did some examination. I also did examination for Burundi government
Ngaye ngahamba ngenza uphenyo lapho ke ngayisiza izwe lase Burundi.
and for the Ivorian government, the Ivory Coast.
Ngake ngaya ke futhi nasezweni lase Ivory Coast kuyosebenza khona.
Do you remember which years
Ngiyakhumbula iminyaka
and the type of cases?
nohlobo ke lwemacala owasebenza ngawo.
It's many years ago. I think it was around 2005, my lord.
Sekudlule isikhathi eside ngicabanga ukuthi kwakuunyaka ka-2005.
Have you conducted any training
Khona
in ballistic science?
wawaqeqeshwa yini uqeqeshelwa ekuhloleni ke izinhlamvu nezibhamu?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
I spent 10 years conducting external training, presenting external lectures.
Hayi sengineminyaka eyishumi lapho ke engangifundisa khona ke kunezifundo engizethulayo.
Yes.
These lectures I was presenting to various stakeholders within the criminal justice system.
Ngathi kabaningi ke iminyango ebengangithula ke lezi zifundo zona kodwa yonke engaphansi kwe-criminal justice system.
That was at the Justice College
Enye ke lezi ndawo kwakuyise-Justice College.
to aspirant prosecutors,
Kubashushisi ke abasafufusa
to court interpreters still at the Justice College,
nakhona e-Justice College kufundisa utoliki
and to magistrates.
na futhi ke ngafundisa ke nezimantshi.
That was in respect of matters relating to forensic ballistics.
Kwayonke le ndawo ngangifundisa mayelana nezinto ezihambelana ke nokuqhunyiswa kwesibhamu.
I also presented at various detective academies.
Futhi ke nasezindaweni lapho ke kufundiswa khona abaseshi
And the local criminal record center,
na zonke indawo njengoma local criminal record center.
including the then legal aid board.
Futhi ke ngafundisa nakule ndawo okwake kwathiwa i-legal aid board.
All these presentations were in respect of forensic ballistics.
Futhi yonke ke le ndawo la ngangifundisa khona ngangifundisa ke nge-forensic ballistic.
The other presentations I did to the general public.
Kwezinye ke indawo la ngangifundisa umphakathi.
And where were these presentations to the general public?
Manje lapho ufundisa khona umphakathi wawuyilaphi?
Some will be at the shows, like rank shows.
Kwezinye indawo ezinjengo-rent show.
Some will be at academic institutions.
Kwesinye isikhathi ke ngifundisa ey'ndaweni zokufunda izikole.
Do you remember which academic institutions?
Sikhumbula yini izikole la wafundisa kuzona?
I want to correct my lord. Actually, I mean schools.
Cha ngifuna ukulungisa lapho ukuthi ezikolweni.
So I was presenting to the high school children,
Ngangifundisa ke ingane ke ezisebangena phezulu e-high school.
On which aspects of forensic ballistics?
Wawufundisa ngani ke nge-ballistic.
that is just the generic understanding of forensic ballistics
Cha ulwazi nje olubanzi mayelana ne-ballistic.
in terms of what it entails and what the contribution of ballistics in the criminal justice system is.
Wawuchaza nje ukuthi i-ballistic actually khulunywa ngani nokuthi isiza ngani ekuquleni kwamacala.
I also did a presentation at an international conference.
Ngethula ke isifundo endaweni lapho kwakunabantu abaphuma emazweni ahlukahlukene.
Where was that?
Oyila.
The international conference was held at Sun City.
The international conference engikhuluma ngayo kwakuyinkonfa eyayibanjelwe eSun City.
It was attended by various stakeholders from different parts of the world, from
Yeah.
different countries.
Yayi thengelwe abantu abaningi abaphuma emazweni ahlukene emhlabeni.
And what was the subject of your presentation at this conference?
Manje ke isihloko salo kwakufundisa ngakho kuyini?
It was about the contribution of forensic ballistics in the investigation of crime.
Ngikhuluma ngomthelela we-forensic ballistics ekuhloleni nasekuphenyisiseni kwamacala.
That is the contribution of forensic ballistics in the criminal justice system as a whole.
Kusho ukuthi ke umthelela ke we-forensic ballistic ekuhloleni ubugebengu bubonke.
And when was this conference?
Le nkonfa yinini?
I believe it was, I cannot exactly recall, but it was around 2003.
Angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi kwakuyini kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi mhlambe ngathi kwenzeka ukuthi kwakuwunyaka ka-2003.
Yes. Have you published any papers or did any research on forensic ballistics?
Khona ke amaphepha oswake wethula noma i-research wakuyenza la ngaphansi kwe-ballistic?
No, my lord, I did not publish any paper.
Cha akabi naphepha ke esengaye ngalikhipha.
You mentioned that you did presentations at various detective academy. Where was that?
Uthi ke wake wafundisa ke ngaphansi kwalapho kufunda khona abaphenyi kwakuyilaphi?
It was in Hammanskraal, my lord.
Wakuyisendaweni yaseHammanskraal.
It was Benoni in the East Rand.
Endaweni yase-East Rand kwakuyisendaweni yaseBenoni.
I did a presentation in the Western Cape as well.
Ngaya ke nasentshonalanga yeKapa, Western Cape.
And another one in East London.
Futhi ke khona la ngathula khona isifundo endaweni yase-East London.
And just for record purposes, Justice College, what type of college is this?
Manje makhuluma ngeJustice College, inhloboni ye-college le.
Justice College is where prosecutors are trained court interpreters.
Justice College ilapho kufundiswa khona ke otoligi nabasushisi.
At that time, it was situated in the city.
La ngaleso sikhathi ke le Justice College yayisedolobheni.
And have you peer reviewed the work of your colleagues?
Manje kwakwahlola yini umsebenzi owenziwe abanye kusebenzisana nabo?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjani?
Yes. What did that entail?
Manje lokho kuhlola umsebenzi owenziwe abanye anisebenzisana nabo kuchaza ukuthi wawenza.
To be specific, I'm referring to the verification of the
Yes.
work.
Cha ngisho ke ukuthi ngangibukeza umsebenzi abawenzile nokuletha isiqiniseko sokuthi wenziwe kahle.
Yes.
That is where microscopic examination has been done.
Yilapho ke kwehlolwa ke izinkombe ezilethiwe nge-microscope.
And the work is handed over to me to to review it microscopically.
kusho ukuthi ke nalapho ke nginikwa ke lo msebenzi osebenzile ukuthi ngiwubukeze ngisebenzisa i-microscope.
Do you perhaps remember how many cases have you peer reviewed?
Manje awusho ukuthi mangaki ama-case osuke wawabukeza?
Just a rough estimate?
Mhlambe ungasinika nje ukuthi mhlambe usiqagele ukuthi ngabe mangakanani?
I believe that will run into thousands, my lord.
Ngibekisa ke ngibonisa ngathi ke angengene ey'nkulungwaneni ama-case esengike ngawabukeza.
If not hundreds, considering the length of time I spent at ballistics.
Nje uma sengibheka isikhathi ke ngasihlala lapha i-ballistic hhayi maningi angangena nasemakhulwini.
And in the matters that you have testified on in the courts, both the lower courts and the high court, have there been any findings on your evidence?
Khona yini owakuthola kula ma-case owahlola e-high court nasema-court aseyimanje?
I've never had an adverse finding on my work, my lord.
Akaze ngitholakala ukuthi akusebenzanga kahle emsebenzini wami.
And can you perhaps remember offhand in how many cases have you testified? Just say a rough estimate.
Manje ungakwazi yini ukubekisa ukuthi letha ubufakazi emacaleni amangaki?
More than 200, my lord.
Angaphezulu kwamakhulu amabili.
In the high court?
Manje inkantolo ephezulu?
I will say not more than 100, man.
Ngicabanga ukuthi awaleqe ikhulu.
Thank you. Do you know the previous witness, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena?
Uyamazi yini lo fire sado letha ubufakazi la u-Lieutenant Colonel Mangena?
I know him.
Ngiyamazi.
How do you know him?
Mazi kanjani?
He's my colleague at ballistic section.
Sebenzisana naye endaweni e-ballistic section.
If you can then turn to paragraph 3 of your affidavit, exhibit M.
Siye lapha ku-paragraph 3 le-exhibit oyifakile.
Yes, you may proceed.
On the 23rd of July 2020, during the performance of my official duties, I conducted a microscopic verification on fired bullets examined by Lieutenant Colonel C. Mangena under Phosphorus case 636/10/2014 in respect of lab 217267/2014 as required by the Ballistic Standard Operating Procedures and Protocols.
Joke lapha umhla 23 July 2020 ngiqhubeka nokwenza umsebenzi yami ngahlola ngaphansi kwemicroscope izinhlamvu ezake zase zihlolwe uLieutenant Colonel C. Mangena ngaphansi leli cala i-phosphorus case 636/10/2014 thina salithola salibhala njenge-lab 217267/2014 njengoba-ke kufuneka ngaphansi-ke kwemigomo yokuhlola izinhlamvu.
Maybe before you get to the results, can you give some background on the theory of identification of tool marks.
Akusiqaphuqaphu-ke ngokuthi nisenza kanjani-ke uma kuhlolwa-ke izinhlamvu.
To be able to do microscopic examinations, comparisons,
Ukuze ukwazi ukuthi uhlole nokubhekisisa inhlamvu ngaphansi kwe-microscope.
as ballistics practitioners, we rely on the theory of identification.
Thina-ke abasenza lo msebenzi sisenza ngaphansi kwalokhu kuthiwa i-theory of ballistic examination.
The custodian of which it is FT.
Abaphethe-ke leyo i-FT.
And what does FT stands for?
FT umele
Association for Firearms
kuthiwa-ke
and Tool Marks for Examiners.
inhlangano-ke ebheke izibhamu namathuluzi okusebenza ngezibhamu.
So there's currently only one theory of identification which governs the work that ballistics is doing.
Khona i-theory eyodwa esetshenziswayo kwabahlola i-ballistic.
So globally, all ballistics practitioners, they subscribe to this theory.
Kusho-ke umhlaba wonke kusetshenziswa yona le theory eyodwa.
Just a minute. Yes.
This theory is very clear as it states that when two tool marks are compared with each other, when their surface contours are analyzed and compared with each other,
So-ke uma kukhona-ke amathuluzi amabili ahlolwayo nokuhlola-ke ukuthi-ke inhloboni iy'mpawu ezikhona kulawo mathuluzi.
it states that an opinion of common origin can be made if there is sufficient agreement
Noma ukuthi-ke vunyelwana khona-ke umqondo ongabekwa mayelana nalezo y'mpawu ezibonwayo
between those surface contours.
futhi-ke masikhuluma-ke ngalezi mpawu eziseleke kuloko kuhlolwayo.
And it further defines sufficient agreement as a significant duplication of random marks, random tool marks.
Manje uma bechaza-ke baqhubekela phambili bathi-ke yilapho-ke kubonakala khona ukuthi kukhona izimpawu ezishiyeke izikhathi eziningana.
As evidenced by the correspondence of a pattern or combination of patterns of surface contours.
Manje-ke kusho ukuthi-ke yilapho kushiyeka khona iphatheni noma amaphetheni alezo zimpawu ezishiyekile.
So this surface contours, the surface contour is made up of ridges
Ukuthi la lezi ndawo lezo kuthiwa ama-surface contours kusho ukuthi amagqumana ashiyeka lapho abe yimpawu kusho ukuthi kutholakala lapho-ke umehluko phakathi kwengenhla nengenzansi.
valleys and peaks.
Kusho ukuthi-ke kukhona-ke la uthola khona ukuthi kukhona la ukuthola ngathi kuphezulu nalapho kubonakala khona ukuthi uphawu luphansi.
Which when compared, the relative height of the peaks, the relative depth of the valleys,
Kusho ukuthi la kubhekwa khona-ke ukujula nokuphakama uma seqhathaniswa.
the width of the ridges or the valleys,
Kusho kuthathaniswa-ke nobubanzi lamagwinyana nala engathi khona kukhona imigojana.
the relative position
Kuthiwa-ke nalapho kubonakala khona ukuthi lezi mpawu zikuphi.
So all these are considered
Konke-ke lokhu kuyahlolwa.
Before an examiner can consider whether or not an identification has been made,
Ukuthi-ke ekugcineni-ke lo ohlolayo ezobona ukuthi kukhona yini okungakhonjiswa.
it defines what significant agreement is.
Chaza futhi nokuthi isivunyelwano esiphathekayo yisiphi.
Briefly, it states that agreement is significant when the condition of a best known non-match has been exceeded.
Kuthiwa-ke isivumelwano-ke kungathiwa singakwazi ukuthathwa uma kuwukuthi kukhona izimo zokungafani ezikwaziyo ukuthi sifinyeleleke.
Can you just explain non-match?
That is when the agreement in individual characteristics exceed the best agreement demonstrated between tool marks known to have been produced by different tools.
Kuthiwa-ke uma kuwukuthi-ke kufinyelela la kubonakala khona iy'mpawu ezingeke zalethwa amathuluzi ehlukile.
So in a question of a known non-match, what happens is tool marks that are known to have been produced by two different tools. Even if it is known that they have been produced by two different tools, those tool marks are deliberately compared.
Kuthiwa nanoma kungenzeka ukuthi kusetshenziswe amathuluzi ahlukile, izimpawu ezishiwayo lawo mathuluzi nazo ziyaqhathaniswa.
To seek similarities which may exist between them.
Ukuthi kubonakala ukuthi khona yini iy'mpawu ezikhombisa ukufanana.
Because this is based on the fundamental principle that it is humanly impossible to manufacture two objects so that they are microscopically identical.
Lokhu kuncike kakhulu kulesi simiso sokuthi akwazi ukuthi kube namathuluzi athi uma akhiwe ebese efana ncimishi kuze kuyofikelela la ukuthi khona uma kuhlolwa nge-microscope uthola ukuthi ukufana kusekho.
So as a result of this, ballistics, when we express our findings and say the two tool marks have a common origin,
Manje kuma sisihlola-ke bese sithi-ke izimpawu ezishiwe lamathuluzi sibonakale ngathi zenziwe into eyodwa siphume entweni eyodwa.
we do not state that they are microscopically identical.
Asisho ukuthi zifana ncimishi ngaphansi-ke ku-microscope.
Just a minute. Yes.
The finding is based on the degree of similarity.
Lokho kubhekwa ukuthi zifanana kangakanani,
not on absolute similarity.
akusho ukuthi zibhekwa kubheka ukuthi zizofana ncimishi kungekho nowodwa umehluko.
Even though the two tool marks originate from the same source,
Nanoma-ke kuwukuthi-ke lezi mpawu lezi zingabe zibekwe kusetshenziswa into eyodwa,
there will always be a smaller degree of dissimilarity between them.
kuzoba khona umehluko phakathi kwalezi mpawu.
What is important is that the degree of similarity must outweigh the degree of dissimilarity.
Okusemqoka-ke ukuthi-ke ukufanana kufanele kubonwe kungaphezulu ngezinga kunokwehlukana.
Just a minute. Yes.
And that is the reason why in the theory of identification, FT uses the word sufficient agreement.
Yiko-ke lapha i-FT isebenzisa khona iphuzu lokuthi-ke kufanele kube nokuvumelana okulingene.
It doesn't use the word absolute agreement.
Akusho lapho ukuthi kufanele kube nokuvumelana okungenakwehluka
Or total agreement.
noma isivumelano esiphelele.
The theory further states that the statement that sufficient agreement exists between two tool marks means that the agreement of individual characteristics is of a quantity and quality that the likelihood another tool could have made a mark is so remote as to be considered a practical impossibility.
Ke lapho kuthiwa-ke ukufanana-ke kwezimpawu lokhu kufanele kuholele ekutheni kuthiwe angeke kube kuwukuthi kwenzeki akukuthi kungenzeka ukuthi ngabe kwenziwe amathuluzi ehlukene.
And just before you proceed, the document that you are referring to is this Exhibit L5, AFT Theory of Identification.
Manje-ke la ufunda khona ufunda-ke incwadi le kuthiwa FT Theory of Identification.
That is correct, my lord.
Bathi yebo ngisebenzisa yona impela.
So you may proceed with the explanation.
Ungaqhubeka-ke nencazelo.
So sufficient agreement exists when a condition of a best known non-match has been exceeded by far.
Manje kusho ukuthi ukuzwana kuphuma ekutheni ukwehluka kusho ukuthi kudlulele kakhulu ekutholeni ukuthi kukhona umehluko phakathi kwezinto ezimbili ezihlolwayo.
Can you explain that?
Ngachaza-ke lokho.
As I've already explained that, even in tool marks,
Njengoba sengichazile ukuthi uma sikhuluma ngempawu ezishiyeka ezinhlamvini
that are known to have been produced by the same source,
ey'nhlamvini-ke ezikhishwe-ke ithuluzi elilodwa.
there will be a smaller degree of dissimilarity.
Kuzoba khona ukwehluka okuncane okukhona.
In tool marks that are known to have been produced by two different tools,
Kule lapho-ke esihlola khona iy'nhlamvu eziphuma ezibamini ezehlukile.
there may be a small degree of similarity between them.
Kungenzeka kube nokufanana okuncane okutholakalayo.
But the differences that exist in those tool marks will be significantly higher than the similarity that exists.
Kodwa-ke ukwehlukana okutholakala lapho kuzoba kukhulu kakhulu kunaloku kufanana okungabe kutholakele.
So ballistic identification is essentially based on the degree of similarity, madam.
Manje uma sikhuluma ngokuhlola kwe-ballistic kusho ukuthi kuncike kakhulu ekutheni kubhekwe kwabona ukuthi-ke kutholakale umehluko noma ukufanana okungakanani.
So the similarity which exists between tool marks which are known to have been produced by a single tool
Manje kufanana ukutholakala-ke lapho okutholakala impawu ezishiwe ithuluzi elilodwa.
that similarity must exceed the similarity that will be found on tool marks known to have been produced by different tools.
Ukufanana-ke okusezinhlamvini udutshulwe isibhamu esisodwa kufanele kube nokufaka okwedlula umehlu ukufanana okutholakale ezibhamini ezithola ezehlukile ezimbili ezibe nezimpawu ezishiyekayo.
And that will mean that the best known non-match has been exceeded.
Kusho ukuthi ke umehluko walezi kulezi zimpawu ezimbili kusho ukuthi kweqeke isilinganiso esamukelekayo.
The theory further states that the interpretation of individualization or identification is subjective in nature.
Kusho ukuthi ke lapha ithiyori yaqhubeka ukuthi ke ekuhloleni lokhu kugcina kuwukuthi kuncike kakhulu ekutheni umuntu ubona kanjani.
Founded on scientific principles and based on the examiner's training and experience.
Uthi lokhu ke kusetshenziswa ke isayensi futhi nokuqeqeshwa kwalo ohlolayo.
I want to emphasize, my Lord, that only the interpretation is subjective in nature.
Ngicela ukusho ke lana ukuthi into ke encike kakhulu ekuboneni kwalo ohlolayo ukuchaza kuphela.
The facts from which the examiner bases his opinion or his finding are objective in nature.
Usho ukuthi ke lokho akubhekayo uma ezoletha incazelo yakhe awukho umehluko okhona kuyinto engabonwa nanombani ngendlela efanayo.
Just a minute. Yes.
The marks that are transferred by the firearm to fired cartridge cases and bullets, those marks form part of the objective facts.
Usho ukuthi ke impawu ke ezishiwa ke isibhamu enhlamvini nakumagobolondo enhlamvu yilokhu esingathi ke izimpawu ezingachemile.
Because they are in the components of the firearm. Even if the firearm is fired by person A, it will transfer the marks that are in it. If that firearm is handed over to person B, it will transfer the same marks.
Usho ukuthi ke uma kungatholakala umuntu oqala adubule ngaleso sibhamu uzoshiyeka izimpawu ezifanayo nanoma kuthatha isibhamu sithathwa omunye umuntu wesibili adubule naye izimpawu zizofana.
The subjectivity relating to interpretation is brought about by the fact that the examiner needs knowledge and skill.
Manje ukuchema ke kwencazelo elethwayo kuphuma ekutheni lona ke oletha umbiko unolwazi olungakanani.
He needs knowledge and skill in order to interpret what is already on the exhibit, on the specimen.
Kusho ukuthi kudinga ulwazi ukuze akwazi ukuchaza okutholakala sekukhona entweni ehlolwayo.
So that demands for training, knowledge, skill is the subjective component.
Yiloko okwenza ukuthi ke ukuncika lapha ekufundisweni nasekuqeqeshweni yiloko okugcina ke kukhipheke lokuchema okukhulunywa ngayo.
Because when the examiner is not adequately trained,
Ngoba ke lo hlolayo le uma engaqeqeshiwe ngokwanele
he will not be able to decode what is already on the surface of the exhibit.
angeke akwazi ukuchaza ngokufanele lokho akubona lapha phezulu kwenhlamba.
Just a minute. Yes.
So that is why the interpretation is subjective, my lord.
Yiloko okwenza ukuthi ke kube nokwehluka ekuchazeni ukuthi okutholwayo lapha kuyini.
Yes, and this theory that you've just expounded upon, what is it called?
Manje le theory osando ichaza ibizwa ngokuthini?
is called theory of identification as it relates to tool marks.
Athuke lona kubizwa ukuthi i-theory yokukhomba okutholakala ke yokukhomba impawu ezishiwa amathuluzi.
And by tool marks, what is it implied?
Manje kuma sikhuluma ngala mathuluzi la sichaza ukuthini?
The word tool marks is a broad term. It's not only limited to ball cutters or screwdrivers. It includes firearms as well.
Manje kuma sikhuluma ngamathuluzi asikhulumi ngamathuluzi mhlambe okunqamula ucingo nezinto ezinjengalezo. Kukhulunywa nangezibhamu.
Because a firearm is just a tool that is just transferring marks to a softer surface.
Isibhamu ithuluzi elishaya impawu ebusweni benhlanzi.
Yes, we may proceed.
Ngiyaqhubeka.
But before we get to your affidavit, is it correct that this theory of identification postulate certain methods of identification?
Manje sikhuluma iqiniso yini ukuthi le theory of identification esetshenziswayo lapha kusho ukuthi incoma izindlela zokusebenza.
There are two methods that can be followed.
Zimbili indlela ezingalandelwa uma zingasetshenziswa ke uma kuhlolwa.
Whilst implementing the theory of identification.
Uma kulokhu ke kusetshenziswa yona le theory of identification.
There's a pattern matching method,
Kona lo kuthiwa pattern matching method,
which is also called the traditional method.
okusho ukuthi indlela ke sisetshenziswa isikhathi eside.
The second method is called the CMS, the consecutive matching strier.
Okulandelayo kuthiwa i-consecutive matching strier. Usho ukuthi lapho kusetshenziswa ukuthi kuhlolwa ke ukufanana kwemigqa.
And I must emphasize that the adherents of both methods, they subscribe to the theory of identification because we only have one theory of identification.
Shuthi ke lezi ndlela zombili zisetshenziselwa ke ukusebenza umsebenzi wokuhlonza.
So with regard to the pattern matching approach,
Mase sikhuluma ke which one did you say?
pattern matching,
Mase sikhuluma ngaloko kuthiwa i-pattern matching ukuthi uhlola ke ukufanana kwama-pattern.
the topographical surface of the specimen is examined.
Shuthi kuhlola ke ubuso ke balento ehlolwayo.
If you say, can you just explain topographical?
The surface contour of the specimen.
Suphakama nokwehla ke kwalobuso balento ehlolwayo.
As I have already explained, that there will be ridges, there will be valleys,
Njengoba bese ngishilo ukuthi kuzoba namagqoma.
the spatial relationship between those ridges and valleys is considered.
Kusho ukuthi ke indlela ke abheka ngayo lezi igodi lezi nalamagquma lawa atholakala lapha ebusweni,
The width, the height,
ububanzi nokuphakama,
the depth,
ukujula,
and the general curvature of the contour area, contour surface is considered.
nokuthi ke imigodi lena ihleli kanjani.
So the approach is that if I were to make an example with a fired bullet, which has 6 grooves,
Mangabheka ke inhlamvu enemisele eyisithupha,
the examiner, when he applies pattern matching approach,
Uma ke lo hlola esenzisa le pattern matching approach kusho ukuthi ke indlela yokuhlola ke ama-pattern
if he finds, for example, two matching marks,
manje ke asithi ke uthola ke izimpawu ezimbili ezifananayo
as a pattern in groove number 1,
lapha ke kube yi-pattern ke esemseleni wokuqala
on both specimen.
kule zinhlamvu ezimbili.
If you say both specimen, can you explain?
I'm referring to the test and the exhibit from the scene.
Ngisho ukuthi ke kule nhlamvu etholakala endaweni yesigabeko nale nhlamvu esetshenziswa ukuthi kuhlolwe ngayo.
When he rotates the bullet to the second groove,
And uma eseguqula ke inhlamvu eseyiguqulela emseleni wesibili
so that it is so that both of them are in perfect orientation.
ukuthi ke ziqondane ngendlela ezibonakala ngayo.
And he finds the surface contour on the exhibit which is similar to the one on the test.
Nje abesathola ukuthi kukhona ke lapha kuhuzuka khona okubonakalayo kule nhlamvu ephuma endaweni yesigameko nenhlamvu esetshenziswayo ukuhlola ngayo utesta ngayo,
which is having 3 matching marks, for example.
futhi ke esinezimpawu ezintathu ezihambisanayo.
Because if that contour is matching,
Manje ke uma kuwukuthi ke lo huzuka lo kuyafanana,
those marks in groove number 2 will validate the marks in groove number 1.
kusho ukuthi ke lezi impawu ezitholakala ke umseleni wesibili zizobe ziletha isiqiniseko mayelana nalezi impawu ezitholakala emseleni wokuqala.
Sometimes we say they confirm the marks that have been seen in groove number 1.
Manje sothi ziletha isiqiniseko mayelana nezimpawu ezitholakala emseleni wokuqala.
Just a minute. Yes.
And when he rotates the bullet, he will continue to rotate when he rotates the bullet and he finds, let's say, other 2 or 3 matching marks in the third groove,
Manje uma seguqula futhi ke le nhlamvu futhi athole umunye umsele onempawu ezifanayo
also in the same relative position.
kusho ukuthi ke futhi ke tholakale endaweni ezifananayo.
Those marks will further confirm what has been seen before.
Manje ke lezi impawu ke ezintsha ezitholakalayo zizoqinisekisa lezi ebese zibonakele ngaphambilini.
He will continue rotating the bullet like that until he has arrived at groove number 6.
Uzoloko eguqula inhlamvu kanganjalo aze afike lapha ethola ke umsele wesithupha.
And he must do the same with the lengths on the specimen.
Kusho ukuthi ufanele enze lokho ke bheka nobude ke lapha kulezi inhlamvu anazo.
And just explain what is a length.
In the rifling of a firearm, inside the barrel of the firearm, there is a groove, there is a length. Those are they are part and parcel of the rifling of the firearm.
Kuthiwa ukhona imigqa khona la ngaphakathi kombhobho wesibhamu.
So the length on the bullet is actually a groove impressed area from the barrel of the firearm.
Kusho ukuthi ke lolu phawu olushiwa enhlamvini lushiwa ke ile misele elangaphakathi kombhobho wesibhamu.
And the groove on the bullet, on the surface of the bullet, is the land impress area from the barrel of the firearm.
Kusho ukuthi ke uphawu olutholakala enhlamvini uphawu olushiwe umbhobho wesibhamu.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, the examiner who is following a pattern matching approach
Manje ke uma uthi umhlaziyi lona usebenzisa ke lendlela ke yokuhlola ama-pattern,
he must consider the cumulative aspect of all the marks he has seen.
manje kufanele abheke zonke lezi pawu ngokugcwala kwazo eyasezibonile.
That is the totality of marks that he has seen as he was rotating the specimen.
Kusho ukuthi zonke impawu azibonile ngesikhathi ke eloku eguqula ke lenhlamvu ayihlolayo.
So when a consideration is made regarding the marks, for example, in groove number 1,
Manje uma sekukhona ke umbono awutholile ke uma sebheka umselo oqala
to the exclusion of the rest,
kusho ukuthi ke singacabangi ngazo lezi ezinye
a positive identification cannot be made.
angeke akwazi ukuthi ke afinyelele esimumeni sokuthi akhombe noma ahlonze ukuthi lenhlamvu le ayibhekile yini.
But when a consideration is made with regard to what has been seen in all grooves
Kodwa ke
and lengths,
uma seletha ke umbono kusho ukuthi usebheke zonke yonke lemsele ekhona seyinhlamvini.
a positive identification can be made.
Uyakwazi ukuhlonza ngokufanele.
Just a minute. Yes.
In CMS, consecutive matching striar approach,
Uma senzise ke i-CMS le ekhombisa ke izimpawu ezilandelana ngokufanayo
when marks from a 3D source are considered,
manje uma kukhona ke izimpawu ezishiwe ngathi indawo namagquma nezigodi
a minimum of 6 consecutive matching striar must be attained.
kusho ukuthi ke kudingeka izimpawu eziyisithupha ukuze kukwazi ukuthi kuhlonzwe ngokufanele
To make a positive identification.
ukuze ngempela kutholakale ukuhlonza okuphelele.
These 6 consecutive matching striar must be in a single group.
Kusho ukuthi ke le migqa ke le ebonakalayo ifanele ibe seqembini elilodwa.
If a consideration is made from 2 groups,
Uma sekubhekwe amaqembu amabili ale migqa,
I'm now referring to 2 groups of consecutive matching striar.
ngisho ukuthi ke amaqembu amabili emigqa elandelanayo ngokufananayo.
Each group must have a minimum of 3 consecutive matching striar.
Kusho ukuthi ke umsele uwodwa kufanele ube nezimpawu ezintathu ezifananayo.
In 3 dimensions.
Kusho ukuthi sifana ngobude nobubanzi.
Can you just explain 3-dimension source?
The marks are seen, the height of the marks is seen, the depth of the mark is seen,
Kusho ukuthi ke ukubhekwa ke ubude nokujula kwale zimpawu,
the width of the mark is
ububanzi
visible,
bale zimpawu,
and and the size or the length of the mark is visible.
Kushubene nobude balezi mpawu.
When the examiner looks, when the examiner examined a bullet which is under a microscope,
Uma ke uhlola inhlamvu ngaphansi kwe-microscope,
that viewing will be in 3 dimensions.
kusho ukuthi ke uma ebhekile uzobona ke ubude nokujula nokubanzi.
So further, the CMS requires that in respect of marks from a 2-dimension source,
Uthe ke i-CMS ke isho ukuthi ke uma kubhekwe izinto ezimbili mayelana nezimpawu ezitholakala ebusweni benhlamvu,
if marks from a single group are considered,
ke uma ukuthi khona iqembu elilodwa lezimpawu elihlolwayo,
there should be a minimum of 8 consecutive matching stria.
kusho ukuthi ke kufanele kube nezimpawu ezifananayo ezingaba isishiyagalombili.
If 2 groups are considered in 2 dimensions,
Uma ukuthi ke khona amaqembu amabili ahlolwayo ngama-dimension amabili,
there should be a minimum of 5 consecutive matching stria per group.
kusho ukuthi ke ngayinye iqembu lifanele libe nempawu ezinhlanu ezifananayo.
The difference between the CMS approach and the pattern matching approach
Mehluke phakathi kwe-CMS indlela yokubheka ekuthiwa i-CMS ne-pattern matching
is that the CMS sets a minimum threshold in terms of the number or the quantity of consecutive matching stria.
kusho ukuthi i-CMS ke kukhona ke isilinganiso esibekayo sokuthi izimpawu ezikhombisa umehluko noma ukufanana zifanele zibe zingaki.
The pattern matching system does not have a minimum
Manje
quantity.
ngapha ku-pattern matching la kusho ukuthi kuhlola ukufanana kwama-pattern, hayi akuna silinganiso esidingekayo.
That is why the CMS is called the line counting method.
Manje yikho ke kuthiwa ke i-CMS yona indlela yokubala imigqa.
Another difference is that the CMS will follow the same approach of looking for marks around the whole circumference of the specimen.
I-CMS ke yona izoloku ibheka kubo bonke ubuso benhlamvu ukuthi ayikho zini izimpawu ezitholakalayo.
But when a final consideration is made, whether or not the two marks originate from a common source,
Manje kuma kugcineni kuma sehlaziya ukuthi lezi zimpawu lezi zingabe zilethwe ithuluzi elilodwa.
the focal point with regard to compliance with the criteria that I've just outlined, the focal point will be at a specific area of the exhibit.
Kusho ukuthi ke izimpawu ekuzoqonda ngqo kuzona zizobe ziphuma endaweni ethile ya lento ehlolwayo.
So the limitation is that a consideration cannot be made like in pattern matching, because pattern matching you are able to consider what we have seen in group number 1,
Angeke kufanele naku-pattern matching ngoba ukusebenzisa lokuhlezwa ama-pattern uyahlola okutholakale emseleni wokuqala
and the rest of other groups,
nokuthi ke kule eminye imsele kunemigqa enjani,
and consider the totality of marks.
ebese ke ubheka ke zonke lezi zimpawu ekhona ukuthi zihambisana kanjani.
In CMS, you should be able to get 6 consecutive matching stria at a particular area.
Manje ku-CMS ke uma ungabheke nje ukuthi ungayithola yini imigqa eyisithupha etholakala endaweni ethize.
Yes, or?
to the exclusion of the other areas.
Ungabheki-ke nezinye iy'ndawo.
Because the total sum of marks cannot be used.
Ngoba-ke akusho ukuthi impawu zonke ezikhona kuyaphoqeleka ukuthi zisetshenziswe.
Even if a consideration in terms of CMS is made in two groups,
Nanoma kuthiwa-ke ukuhlaziya lokhu kusebenzisa CMS kungabe kusebenzisa-ke amaqembu amabili.
that will also be in respect of a very small limited area
Kusho
of the
ukuthi-ke
exhibit.
nanoma kusetshenziswa lokho kusobe kusetshenziselwa nje impawu ezitholakala endaweni encane yalezi nhlamvu ey'hlolwayo.
Everything that was seen must be disregarded for the purpose of counting.
Manje konke-ke kufanele kungabe kuboniwe kufanele kunganakwa ngenxa yokuthi-ke kufanele kube kubhekwe ikakhulukazi ukuthi izinto ezibalayo zingaki.
So currently what we use at Ballistics, my lord,
Manje into esiyibheka kakhulu-ke lapha kwa-Ballistic
we are still using the old traditional pattern matching system.
sasebenzisa-ke yona-ke le ndlela yokubheka ama-pattern okufanana kwawo.
And that is also embedded in our procedures.
Nakho-ke lokho-ke kubhaliwe endleleni ekusetshenziswa ngayo.
Our procedure, however, also acknowledges the existence of CMS.
Kodwa-ke nendlela esenza ngayo iyamukela ukuthi kukhona indlela ekuthiwa i-CMS.
Since the two systems are not mutually exclusive,
Ngoba-ke lezi zinto ezimbili iy'nqubo ezimbili zokusebenza azicwasani.
Just a minute. Yes.
because both of them subscribe to the theory of identification.
Ngoba zombili-ke zisebenzisa yona le theory yokuhlonza.
Which means that if one has used consecutive matching strier approach is also fine.
Kusho ukuthi umuntu omunye usesenzise indlela yokuhlola-ke imigqa efananayo nakhona lokho kusalungile.
The pattern matching is also fine.
Futhi-ke nokusebenzisa-ke ama-pattern ahambisanayo-ke nakona lokho kuyamukeleka.
Both of them are well-researched methods.
Izindlela ezihlaziyiwe zombili.
There's extensive literature on both methods.
Kulezi indlela ezimbili ezisetshenziswayo kunezinto eziningi ezibhaliwe mayelana nazo.
And on this article that you've just referred to, triple L in brackets 5, is there reference to both methods of identification?
Manje lokho ebesikhuluma ngako kuyavela yini kule lo mbukiso lo osukhulume ngawo.
If you look at page 3,
Ake sihlole lapha ekhasini lesithathu.
Of what?
of exhibit triple L in brackets 5.
Triple L5.
Yes. Let us see, we did not take the normal short adjournment. Can we maybe take the normal short adjournment?
Okay, it's fine. What's the time?
11:55.
Huh?
11:55.
Okay. 15 minutes.
is pattern matching, my lord.
Pattern making.
That is correct.
Ella, Rose, let's say she must. Why didn't you number these things properly?
Yes.
It's
We'll,
like,
we'll number them during
yeah, my gosh.
the lunch, the long adjournment.
Thanks.
Uma sikhuluma nge-pattern matching kusho ukuthi ukuqondaniseka ama-pattern afanayo indlela yokuthi-ke kuhlaziwe ukuthi kukhona-ke imigqa eshiwe-ke amathuluzi ey'ntweni ezimbili ezinjengazinhlamvu ezidutshuliwe ukuthi lezi migqa lena iyahambelana yini.
This is a somewhat subjective process based on the observation and experience of the examiner with the ultimate goal of making a pattern identification.
Lona-ke indlela-ke eqinile esetshenziswa abahlaziyi kodwa-ke encike ebuchwephesheni balona ohlaziyayo kodwa-ke inhloso yako-ke ukuthi kubonakale ukuthi kukhona iphatheni ekwaziyo ukuthi ihlonzeke.
Yes.
Pattern matching is the standard method for firearms identification.
Indlela-ke yokuhlola amaphatheni indlela esetshenziswayo ukuthi-ke kuhlonzwe izibhamu.
However, it can be difficult to articulate to a jury how an identification is determined using this process.
Kodwa-ke kunzima ukuthi umuntu achazele izinkantolo ukuthi empeleni kusebenza kanjani le ndlela lena yokuthi-ke kuzame ukuthi kutholakale umehluko noma ukufanana kulezi nhlamvu ezihlolwayo.
Yes, and
Some attempts have been made to define this process in quantitative terms as opposed to the traditional qualitative methods.
yes.
Kunendlela ezithize ezisetshenzisiwe ukuthi-ke kubhekwe ukuthi kuzama ukuchazwa le ndlela le yokuhlola ngendlela yokuthi kungabalwa umehluko noma ukufanana iqhathaniswa futhi-ke nendlela yokuthi kuhlolwe kubonakaleke ukwehluka noma ukufanana ngendlela yokubuka ubuhle bezimpawu ezikhona.
An example of this is the consecutive matching strier approach.
Ngoba-ke isibonelo salokhu yilokhu kubizwa ngokuthi consecutive matching striation approach okusho ukuthi ilapho-ke kubheka ukufanana kwemigqa.
An evolving concept in bullet comparison is a study of consecutive matching strier as a quantitative method of describing an observed pattern match.
Kukhona-ke indlela entsha ekhulayo ngokusetshenziswa kwayo ekubhekeni izinhlamvu ebizwa ngokuthi consecutive matching strier kusho ukuthi kubhekwa-ke imigqa ekhona efananayo.
Using CMS is a means of articulating the best known non-match described and defined by the FT theory of identification.
Kuthiwa-ke ukusebenzisa i-CMS indlela yokuthi kuvezwe indlela yokukhombisa ukuthi kungakanani ukwehluka njengoba kuchaziwe yilabo-ke ababheka ukushiwa kweyimpawu ezibhamini nasezinhlamvini iqembu elibheka umehluko noma ukufanana ekubizwa ukuthi FTE.
Thank you. Thank you. If we can then get back to your, thanks for the explanation. Is there anything else that you want to add on the explanation that you've given, the background?
Khona okuyini ofisa ukunezezela kule ncazelo obusuyilethile?
Further on, what I can state, my lord, is that as CMS establishes a minimum quantity in respect of a positive identification, I've never seen anywhere in the literature where it establishes a minimum quantity of striars in terms of negative finding.
Angaze ngibone lapho iCMS ekhombisayo ubuncane bempawu ezidingekayo lapho ke utholakala khona ukuthi iyehlulekile ukuthi ilethe umbiko ochaza ukuthi yisona noma kusona yini isibhamu.
Yes, can you explain that in simple terms?
A negative finding, which is an exclusion,
Lapho ke masikhuluma nge-negative finding kusho ukuthi umbiko owalayo, kusho ukuthi ke umbiko okhipha leso sibhamu esihlolwayo ukuthi uchaza ukuthi akusona.
a negative finding is also a very important finding. It is actually an equivalent of a positive finding.
Manje ke umbiko ke oveza ukuthi isibhamu akusona uyafanana nombiko okhombayo ukuthi isibhamu yiso ngempela.
It's just that it is a finding in the opposite direction.
Kusho ukuthi ke lokho ke umbiko ochaza ukuthi akusona ngempela lesi sibhamu esifunekayo.
Because in this case, the examiner stayed with certainty that the tool marks under consideration were not produced by a specific tool.
Yilapho ke ohlaziya echazayo ukuthi lezi mpawu ezitholakalayo azishiwanga yilesi sibhamu lesi esihlolwayo.
And CMS does not provide a minimum threshold for that.
Manje CMS ayilethi ke impawu ezincane ezidingekayo ukuthi kukhishwe lo mbiko.
This demonstrates that CMS it is not in direct opposition with pattern matching system.
Yakhombisa ke ukuthi iCMS ayiphikisani ne pattern matching.
Because in that case of a negative finding, they will borrow from pattern matching. They will follow the process followed in pattern matching.
Makubonakala ukuthi impawu azilingani bayaboleka nangapha indlela ekusetshenzwa ngazo ngapha ngapattern matching.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the background. We are on your affidavit exhibit M. On page 3, you've already read paragraph 3 of page 3 into the record, but just to contextualize what follows, can you just place that on record again? Paragraph 3 from paragraph 3.
Paragraph is start.
Must I read it from the
Yes.
On 23 July 2020, during the performance of my official duties, I conducted a microscopic verification on fired bullets examined by Lieutenant Colonel C. Mangena under Force Loras Case 636/10/2014, Lab 217267/2004, as required by the Ballistic Standard Operating Procedures and Protocols.
23 July 2020 kwenzeni umsebenzi wami ngabheka ngazama ukuhlolisisa ngaphansi kwe-microscope izinhlamvu ezazithuthuleyo uLieutenant Colonel C. Mangena ngaphansi kwaleli cala uCase 66/10/2014 lab eyayibhekwe ebhaliswe ngenamba ethi Lab 217267/14 njengoba-ke ngilandela imigomo ye-Ballistic Standard Operating Procedures and Protocols.
Can you explain the term verification?
Manje awuchazele igama elithi verification ukuthi lisho ukuthini?
Verification is not redoing of the work that was done by the examiner.
Uma sithi verification usho ukuthi ukubukeza asisho ukuthi uphinde wenze umsebenzi owenziwe yilo owayehlaziya.
It is just to determine, to verify the correctness of the findings that were generated.
Ukubukeza ke umphumela owawuvezwe yilo owayehlaziya.
And in the forensic ballistic world, it's a report regarding identification issued before there's verification.
Manje ke uma ke lapha ngaphansi kwalenda kwalomsebenzi weballistic lokubukeza lokwenziwa ke uma umbiko ungaka usubhaliwe mayelana nokuhlaziya.
The report is issued after, on conclusion of the verification process.
Athi ke i-report leyasekugcineni ikhishwa uma lokubukeza lokusekwenziwe konke.
Yes, and what is the reason for that?
Yini ke sizathu salokho?
The verification process is part of the quality control.
Lokho ke ukuzama ukuhlola ke ubuhle bendlela ekusetshenzwa ngayo.
It is there in place to minimize or eliminate the risk of issuing an incorrect report or a report based on incorrect findings.
Lokho ke kuzama ukugwema ukuthi kukhishwe umbiko ongaphelele ngendlela eyamukelekayo.
It is part and parcel of the checks and balances which are in place.
Indlela yokuhlola nokuhlaziya ukuthi amaphutha awenzekanga yini.
Yes, thank you. You may continue. You can start with the first sentence on page 4.
For verification purposes, I compared the 9mm caliber bullets marked 369 TB4 and 369 TB8 with a fired 9mm caliber bullet marked 217267/14A2 using a comparison microscope, and found sufficient class and individual characteristics markings on the bullets mentioned, marked 217267/14A2, 369 TB4, and 369 TB8, to conclude that they were fired from the same fire.
Kuletha ke uqinisekiseke zama ukuqhathanisa inhlamvu ewu9mm emakwe ngokuthi u269 TB4 nenhlamvu ewu269 TB8 ezazidutshulwe engangiziqhathanisa nenhlamvu ewu9mm eyayimakwe ngokuthi 217267/14A2 ngisebenzisa ke imicroscope eqhathanisayo ngathola ke ukuthi kunezimpawu ezilingene kulezi inhlamvu ekukhulunywe ngazo ezithiwe u21727/14/A2 enye ke u369 TB4 enye u369 TB8 ukuze ngifinyelele esinqumeni sokuthi zazidutshulwe isibhamu esisodwa.
And just place on record, if you say they were fired from the same firearm, just place those specimen on record.
I'm referring to the evidence bullet marked 217267/14A2 and the test bullets marked 369 TB4 and 369 TB8.
Manje uma ngikhuluma lana ngikhuluma ukuthi ngaqhathanisa inhlamvu emakwe nguthi 217 267/1482 iqhathaniswa ke nenhlamvu ewu269 TB4 nenye inhlamvu ewu269 TB8.
Yes, can go to paragraph 5. We'll come back to this point shortly.
The verification of microscopic findings was independently done by me, following the principles, procedures, processes, and techniques applicable to forensic ballistics.
Kanti umsebenzi ke wokwenza ke ukuhlola ngemicroscope wenziwa yimina ngingasizwa futhi ke ngangilandela ke izimiso
Now,
nezindlela zokusebenza ezisetshenziswa ke kwa forensic ballistics.
now, these principles, procedures, processes, and techniques applicable to forensic ballistics, which are those?
Manje lezi miso ke nezindlela nenqubo ezisetshenziswa kwa ballistic kwa forensic ballistic iziphi lezo?
As I've already stated that our work is governed by the theory of identification.
Njengoba sengishilo ukuthi umsebenzi wethu usebenzisa kakhulu le theory yokuhlonza.
So it forms part of the principles.
Enye ke yezinto ke ezisisiza ukuthi ke silandele izimiso.
And the fundamental principle which states that it is humanly impossible to manufacture two objects so that their surface contours are microscopically identical.
Ukusho ukuthi ke kuthiwa ke silandeka la ke lesi simiso sithi angeke ukwazi ukuthi kwakhiwe izinto ezimbili ezifanana ncimishi.
By the procedures, I'm making reference to our procedures at ballistic section. We have standard operating procedures.
Khona inqubo esinazo lapha kwa ballistic ezisetshenziswayo ngaso sonke isikhathi.
The standard operating procedures will indicate how the work, will make it mandatory how the work must be done, how the examination must be done.
Yizona ke lezi inqubo esinazo ezisiphoqelela ukuthi sisebenze ngendlela ethize uma senza umsebenzi wethu.
So the processes I'm referring to an array of activities that must be conducted in order to do this kind of examination.
Kusho ukuthi ke lana ngikhuluma ngemisetshenzana ethile eminingi elandelanayo efanele yenziwe ukuze senze umsebenzi ngendlela efanele.
And there are certain techniques involved in conducting such a process. For example, when an examination is done under the microscope, there are certain techniques relating to lighting of the specimen, how light should be, the degree of the angle of light. I mean to say the angle of light, how the equipment must be operated. So it forms part of the techniques.
Osheke indlela esenza ngayo ke zihambelana nokuningana esifanele kubhekwe njengokuthi ke uma ukuthi kusenziswa kukhona ilambu elikhanyiselwa ke kulento esihlola kufanele ikhanyiswe ngayiphi indlela.
Thank you. Then the next paragraph.
The conclusion arrived at was based on facts established by means of an examination and process which require knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics.
Manje ke kusho ukuthi isinqumo lesi sasincike kakhulu ekutheni kukhona yini izaba ezibhekekayo ezisetshenzisiwe ekuhloleni nezinqubo ezisetshenzisiwe ezidinga ukuthi umuntu abe nolwazi futhi ke abe ofundele ukusebenzisa ke forensic ballistic.
And do you possess such knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics?
That is correct, my lord. I've been fully trained in forensic ballistics.
Yebo ngafundela ke ukusebenza nge-forensic ballistic ukusho ukuthi ukuhlola izinhlamvu.
Now, coming back to paragraph 4, did you compile charts to illustrate your findings?
That is correct, my lord.
Kunjalo?
Just want to show you exhibit triple M in brackets 1. Which consists of 6 pages. Then the next exhibit is exhibit triple M in brackets 2, which also consists of 6 pages. If you can take the court through those court charts. If possible, there's also on the screen your charts. There's a visual representation of your charts on the screen.
Kukhona ke so ukhona lapha escreenini okhombisa ke lokho okulapha kumbiko wakho.
This the image is also on the screen. You can go ahead.
On exhibit triple M in bracket 1, page 1,
Lapha kulambukisa triple M
page 1 depicts the image of marks in respect of exhibit bullet 217267/14A2. My lord, where I'm positioned and where the screen is positioned, it's not going to be easy for me to be able to point.
You want to be centrally positioned?
Yes, I cannot see the screen.
You want the screen to be turned around
That's
slightly.
correct, that's correct. A little bit, if it can be turned a little bit to my direction. It's fine.
Will the accused person see that? Mr. Sibadi, is it not better to shift the screen backwards towards the door? if it can be done. Are you with me? Shift it backwards. Right. And then this desk, is it affixed to the floor? Where you're standing?
It is affixed, my lord.
It's affixed to the floor.
That's correct, man.
Okay, you'll have to get a chair so that you must be near. Get a chair. Is it possible to get a chair? Or you must sit where the interpreter was seated. Vice versa, and the interpreter comes this side. It's not better that way.
Yeah, this way is better, my lord.
Okay.
Page 1 of exhibit triple M in bracket 1.
Ikhasi lokuqala ke lombukiso utriple M in bracket 1
which shows the striations which are running. This shows the striations on the exhibit and the test.
Ayikhombisa ke imigqa ke kulenhlamvu umbukiso nalezi inhlamvu ke ezokuhlola ama text bullet.
The image on the left side of the thick dividing line represent the exhibit bullet.
Manje ke ngakwesokunqeleke kwalomugqa lo owehlukanisayo lapha phakathi nesithombe ukhombisa ke inhlamvu evela esigamekweni.
The image on the right of the thick dividing line
If you can just hear.
represent the exhibit, I mean to say, the test.
Luhlangothi ke lesithombe olungekwesokudla kwesithombe emva kwesokudla kwalomugqa owehlukanisa isithombe kabili ukhombisa ke inhlamvu lena esetshenziswayo ukuthi kuqhathaniswe ngayo i-test bullet.
This area which is depicted on the photograph, this area of interest, it is a groove impressed area.
Kuthiwa ke lapho ke le ndawo ekhonjiswayo lapha kukhonjiswa ke lapho ke umselo lapha esibhamini ukhonjiswa umselo senhlamvini yesibhamu.
We usually call it the length on the bullet, but the correct term is groove impressed area.
Kubizwa ngokuthi ngesingisi phecelezi groove impressed area. Kodwa ke igama elijwayele ukusetshenziswa kuthiwa ulength.
There are striation lines running horizontally.
Kunemigqa ke yokuhuzuka edwebekile.
Yeah, I think just point one line at a time and illustrate how it runs horizontally.
The
Tena
line,
ke ukhombise omunye walemigqa usikhombisa ukuthi ihamba kanjani ukuthi iqhathaniseka kanjani.
the line at the bottom, it runs and it runs from the left and continues to the right.
Lo mugqa ke ole ngenzansi usuka ke ngakwesokunxele uqhubeke uye ngakwesokudla.
The second line can be seen just above the first line, is also running horizontally. It's visible on the exhibit, and it is also visible on the test.
Lo mugqa kubonakalayo kolandelayo nawo uyabonakala ukuthi uyaqala ngale ngase kulesi kulenhlamvu lena umbukiso edlulela ngalena ngase kulenhlamvu i-test bullet.
There is a third line which is visible on the exhibit on the left-hand side of the dividing line. Above the second line I've already indicated.
Ukhona ke umugqa wesithathu ongenhla kwale lo mugqa ebese ngukhombisile.
It's also running horizontally from the left to the right.
Nawo ke usuka ngokwesinxele uya kwesokudla ngokwesinxele.
And there is a corresponding line on the right-hand side.
Khona ke nomugqa ke ofananayo nawo ngakwesokudla.
This one is on the test.
Lona ke utholakala kulenhlamvu ekuhlolwa ngayo.
Above this line, there is a mark visible on the left-hand side.
Kukhona ke nomunye umugqa obonakalayo lapha ngakwesokunxele.
This contour mark is also visible on the right-hand side.
Nalolu phawu ke liyabonakala ngakwesokudla.
The right-hand side, I'm referring to the test.
Uma ngithi ngakwesokudla ngisho ukuthi kule nhlamvu esetshenziswa ukuqhathanisa ngayo.
Above it, there is a line running from horizontally, also from the left.
Ngenhla kukhona ke futhi omunye umugqa ovundlile.
That is on the exhibit side.
Kusho ukuthi ke kule nhlamvu kulapha embukisweni.
On the right-hand side of the dividing line is a line visible on the test, on the surface of the test bullet.
Kuyabonakala nomunye umugqa obonakala kule oqhathaniswa nawo khona lapha kule nhlamvu le yokutesta.
I guess it's almost time for the long adjournment. Can we maybe take the long adjournment at this point?
Good time. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, man.
Okay, let's come back at 2.
just trying to enlarge it on the bundle of exhibits. We do have an enlarged one on page 2. Yes, you can proceed,
Alright.
Lieutenant Colonel.
Page 2 is just an enlargement of the first page, my lord.
Okay.
It's the same image.
Ikhasi lesibili-ke yilapho okukhuliswa khona lesi sithombe sekhasini lokuqala.
Maybe if you can just briefly just show the marks.
As I've already shown the marks, the marks, I'll start from the bottom to the top. There's a mark at the bottom on the left-hand side, which is representing the exhibit. This mark is also visible on the right-hand side. The right-hand side depicts the surface of the test bullet.
Kukhona-ke uphawu olubonakala lapha olungenzansi olusebusweni benhlamvu.
The mark just above the one I started with is also a horizontal mark.
Khona-ke futhi-ke uphawu umugqa-ke olapha ngenhla kwalo uqale ngikhombise wona ovundlayo.
On the exhibit, on the left-hand side of the middle line, which is the exhibit,
Wathi-ke ungasekunqeleni kwalo line owehlukanisayo.
it continues on the right, as visible on the
Kubonakale
photo.
ngakwesokudla.
On the right, it is on the test bullet.
Uyabonakala ngakwesokudla kule nhlamvu okwekuhlolwa ngayo.
The mark above, in the middle of the land, the horizontal mark is running to the right.
Khona lo mugqa kubonakala lapha emaphakathini nendawo yesithombe uyaqhubeka nangokwesokudla.
So this mark is visible on both the exhibit and the test.
Lolu phawu-ke libonakala ngakule nhlamvu-ke yasendaweni yesigameko nakule nhlamvu ekuhlolwa ngayo.
There's a mark on the just above this one that I've just demonstrated. Is also running horizontally. It's on the exhibit.
Khona-ke nenhlamvu nalo mugqa-ke ongenhlana lo ovundlayo futhi okhombisayo lapha okubonakalayo lapha enhlamvini ephuma endaweni yesigameko.
It is visible on the image depicting the test bullet.
Uyabonakala-ke futhi nangalolu hlangothi lesithombe la kubonakala khona inhlamvu yokuhlola ngayo.
There's also a mark above the one I've just shown.
Khona enye futhi umugqa ngenhla kwaloyo engisanda ukukhombisa.
It is also visible on the right-hand side. That is on the area of the specimen representing the test.
Uyabonakala futhi nangakulolu hlangothi langokwesokudla la kukhona isithombe sa le nhlamvu okuhlolwa ngayo.
There's a horizontal line as striation on the left.
Kukhona umugqa ovundlayo ongakwesokunxele.
It is also visible on the right-hand side
Uyabonakala futhi nangakwesokudla
on the test bullet.
kuleli le nhlamvu ekuhlolwa ngayo.
On page 3.
This is a further illustration on the same image that we have been looking at.
Musa lana ke isithombe sizamkhombisa ngokucacile lesi sithombe besisibuka.
Arrows number 6
Lemicolo
On the left.
ebhalwe ukuthi number 6
as visible on the left and right hand side of the dividing line represent the mark that I have just explained.
ebonakalayo ngokwesonqane nangasokudla ikhombisa ke lemigqa engisanda kuyichaza.
Arrow number 5 is visible as it can be seen on the left and right hand side of the image.
Umugqa ke lona lemicusho le number 5 naye iyakhombisa lezi mpawu ebengisanda kusikhombisa.
Is pointing to the marks that I've already explained.
Khombisa lezi mpawu esanda kusikhombisa.
Arrow number 4 as visible on the left and the right hand side of the middle line.
Imicibisho lo mugqa okhonjwe imicibisho lo number 4 iyabonakala ngakwesonqane nangasokudla.
They show the mark that I've just explained.
Khombisa ke lolu phawu engisanda kulikhombisa.
Arrows number 3, which are visible on the left and right hand side of the dividing line.
Imicibisho lo ke yesithathu yona ikhombisa uphawu olubonakala ngakwesonqane nangasokudla.
They represent the horizontal line that I've just explained.
Ikhombisa ke lo mugqa ovundlayo engisanda kuchaza ngawo.
Arrows number 2 on the left and right hand side of the middle line.
Imicibisho lo ke number 2 ngakwesonqane nangasokudla kwalo mugqa ohlukanisayo.
They represent the mark that I've just explained.
Ikhombisa ke lolu phawu engisanda kulichaza.
The horizontal line number 1 represent the marks that I've just explained.
Uphawu umugqa ke okhonjiswa ile micibisho lemibili number 1 ikhombisa ke lolu phawu ke engisanda kuchaza ngalo.
This mark is visible on the left and right hand side.
Lolu phawu lolubonakala kwesokudla nangakwesokunxele kwalesi sithombe.
Of the dividing line.
Ngakwesokudla nakwesokunxele kwalo mugqa owehlukanisayo.
And which groove is this? Lieutenant Colonel.
Lo msalelo esubhekile ke muphi?
It is a groove impressed area that we commonly call the land. I've given it just an imaginary number 1 for orientation purposes.
Ngayo umsalelo unike unumber ngathi uzoba unumber 1 ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sikhuluma ngani.
And how many matching striations could you count?
I was able to count up to 6.
Wow, bathi ukwazi ukubala imigqa emingaki wathi ngikwaze ukubala imigqa eyisithupha.
Yes, and did you put the test number on record?
The test that I used,
Test bullet number?
the test bullet that I use for this purpose is test number 8, TB8. It is 369 TB8.
Manje ke le inhlamvu lena ebengiyisebenzisa yokuhlola ngayo ile number ebizwa ukuthi 369 TB8. Kusho ukuthi yona ke test bullet ebengiyisebenzisa.
Do you remember what type of ammunition this was?
Sakhumbula ukuthi iluphi uhlobo lwenhlamvu lolu obulisebenzisa.
This is a full metal jacket bullet.
So lokho kubizwa ukuthi full metal jacket bullet.
Yes, you proceed. Page 4.
Page 4. Page 4. Page 4 depicts what I've seen in a different groove in respect of test number 369 TB8 and the exhibit.
Ukuthi-ke lana kubonakala omunye umsele onezimpawu kule nhlamvu 369 TB8.
And for orientation purposes, this will be groove number?
This will be imaginary groove number 2.
Kusho-ke lana-ke kunikwe igama lokuthi umsele wesibili.
This photograph depicts the convergence, the correspondence between the marks as found on the exhibit and as found on the test bullet.
Lana kubonakala ukufanana kwezimpawu ezibonakala enhlamvini umbukiso nale nhlamvu esetshenziswa zokuhlola ngazo.
On a completely different groove, as I've already pointed out.
Kusho lokhu kubonakala-ke emseleni ohlukene kulo msele ebengukhombisa.
The mark at the bottom of the illustration, of the photo,
Lolu phawu-ke olubonakala-ke ngenzansi kulesi sithombe.
this pattern is visible on the right-hand side of the midline, of the dividing line.
Lolu phawu-ke lubonakala ngakwesokudla kwalo mugqa owumngcele.
Just above this area, there's also a pattern which is visible on the exhibit and on the test.
Uthi khona njenhlana nje khona nje lo kubonakala-ke kulezi nhlamvu ezimbili lena test bullet nalena ewumbukiso.
There's a ridge visible as a line on the left-hand side that is on the exhibit, and it is also visible on the right-hand side. Which is on the test.
Ngakwesokunxele nangakwesokudla kusho ukuthi enhlamvini yombukiso nenhlamvu ekuhlolwa ngayo.
There's also a line above that one, which is corresponding with the line on the right-hand side.
Khona-ke nomugqa ongenhla lo ofana nalo mugqa-ke obonakala ngakwesokudla.
The valley, there's a deep valley which is also consistent with the valley on the right-hand side of the middle line.
Kukhona-ke nesigodi esilapha esifana nayo nesilapha kule enhlamvini le ekuhlolwa ngayo.
The pattern visible, that is the overall impression of the pattern. The pattern visible on the left-hand side is consistent with the pattern visible on the right-hand side of the midline.
Kusho-ke iphatheni engapha ngakwesokunxele ifana noma iyaqhathaniseka nale engapha ngakwesokunxele.
How many match instructions on this groove?
Ingaki-ke imigqa efana nayo.
Here I'm able to count 1, 2, 3, 4, my lord.
Lana ngikwazi ukubala imigqa emine efana nayo.
Yes, may I proceed? Page 5.
Another photo, page 5.
And this will be imaginary groove number?
This will be group number 3, my lord.
Lana singathi ke umsele wesithathu.
So this is a completely different group from the ones that I have already explained.
Lana umugesi ubona akuona lemigale ebengilo ngichaza ngayo.
The pattern on this groove on the left-hand side is consistent with the pattern on the right-hand side of the midline.
Usitheke ipattern etholakala ngapha ngosonqale iyafanana nale pattern etholakala ngakwesokudla.
I'm referring to the valley which is observable on the left and right-hand side.
Ngikhuluma ke ngezigodi ezitholakala ngakwesokunxele nangakwesokudla.
Can you just point out the value?
The deeper part of the pattern.
Kusho ukuthi ke ngikhuluma ngala ekujulile kule pattern.
The raised part of the pattern, that is the ridges.
Kusho ukuthi ke lokho kungathi kuma amagqonyana lapha ngakubona lo mfanekiso.
There are two raised parts on the left-hand side in the form of lines.
Kukhona ke indawo eziphakeme eziyimigqa.
They are consistent with those on the right-hand side.
Ziyafanana nalezi ezitholakala ngakwesokudla.
Immediately after this line, this raised line, the most upper one, there's a ridge. This ridge on top of these two lines is consistent with the ridge on the right-hand side.
Kusho ukuthi lapha ngenhla kuyabonakala ukuthi kukhona ke longathi kuyigqonyana kule ngenhlana kwalemigqa emibili esanda kuyikhombisa.
When the whole pattern is considered, it is consistent with the pattern on the right-hand side.
Manje kuma sesibheka yonke le pattern lapha iyahambisana nale pattern etholakala ngakwesokudla.
So meaning that the surface contour on the left correspond with the surface contour on the right-hand side.
Kusho ukuthi ke indlela engayo ngapha ngakwesokunxele iyafanana nalendlela ongayo ngakwesokudla.
In terms of the ridges and the valleys that exist between them.
Kusho ke masibheke ke amagqoma nalezi ezinye indawo lapho ke kutholakala ukuthi khona kunezigodi.
And in terms of the spacing between the ridges,
Kusho ukuthi ke namabanga ke phakathi kwa lamagqunyana kuyafanana.
And how many striations were you able to identify?
in this case, I'm able to identify 3, my lord.
Manje kuleku ke sikwazile ukubona izimpawu eziyimigqa ezintathu.
And just put in record, this is test bullet marked.
Oh, the test bullet is marked 369 TB8.
Manje ke le test bullet esikhuluma ngayo u369 TB8.
This is a full metal jacket test bullet.
I test bullet ke ohlobo le FMJ full metal jacket.
It's page 6.
Page 6 is just an enlarged representation. It's just an enlarged representation of the illustration that I've already explained.
Hayi lapha ekusini lesithupha kubonakala nje la kukhulisa khona lesi sithombe sibonakale ngisanda ukuchaza ngaso.
Just show again those on the enlarged photo, the striations.
This photo shows the valley at the bottom,
Lapha ke kulesi sithombe sikhombisa lapha isigodi ngenzansi.
showing the same profile on the left and right hand side of the dividing line.
Ikhombisa-ke ukufanana ngakwesokunxele nangakwesokudla.
The two lines representing the ridges running from the left to the right, which are parallel to each other.
Manje lamagquma abonakalayo ngakwesokunxele nangakwesokudla afananayo nawo ayabonakala.
The space between these two lines is the same as on the test cartridge case. I mean test bullet.
Amabanga-ke phakathi kwalamagquma afanana nawo.
The valley on top of these raised lines
Isigodi-ke esilayo kule migqa le ephakeme amagquba.
is corresponding with the valley which is on the right hand side representing the
Ifanana
test.
nesigodi esingapha ngakwesokudla.
So the overall impression of the contour, it shows that the contour mark on the left hand side and on the right hand side, they are coming from the same source.
Usho ukuthi kuyabonakala ukuthi-ke lezi mpawu lezi esitholakala lapha ngakwesokunxele nangakwesokudla zingabe ziphuma entweni eyodwa.
As I've already explained, my lord, that at Ballistic South Africa, the standard method that we use is pattern matching.
Njengoba ngisengishilo-ke ukuthi la ku-ballistic esi-South Africa sisebenzisa uhlobo-ke lokuhlola kuthiwa i-ballistic matching.
Although consecutive matching strier is not prohibited as well.
Noma-ke sishi-ke consecutive matching strier nayo singayichitheli ngaphandle.
These illustrations that I'm making
Le mfanekiso-ke engiyikhombisa ngayo
should be interpreted within the spirit of pattern matching.
ifanele-ke futhi-ke ichazwe ngokubheka i-pattern matching kusho ukuthi ukufananisa ama-pattern.
Meaning that the striations are indicated on the first, that is on the land. That is area number 1, groove number 1.
Kusho ukuthi kufanele ama-pattern esiwabhekayo ilawa alapha kuleya ndawo ebizwa ngokuthi indawo yokuqala, area number 1.
They were validated and confirmed by the striations, by the pattern that I found on groove number 2.
Kusho ukuthi aqinisekiswa yiloku engakuthola lapha kule pattern yesibili.
Because these grooves are in perfect orientation.
Ngoba-ke le migqa lebonakalayo nemisele lebonakalayo lapha iyakhombisa ukuthi impela isendaweni efananayo.
If you say they're in perfect orientation, can you just explain that in simpler terms?
It means, as I have, just like as I put the lengths side by side, and I numbered them number 1. When I rotate the bullets, they will follow the same sequence.
Kusho ukuthi-ke uma ngilokhu ngiguquguqula inhlamvu uthola ukuthi le migqa lena itholakala isendaweni eyodwa.
So that groove number 1 is always in alignment with groove number 1. Groove number 1 on the exhibit is always in alignment with groove number 1 on the test.
Kusho ukuthi umsele wokuqala uyabonakala ukuthi uqondene nomsele wokuqala kule nhlamvu ekuhlolwa ngayo, i-test bullet.
When I look at the features in groove number 2,
Uma bona-ke impawu eziku number 2,
groove number 1, both grooves number 1 must be still aligned.
kusho ukuthi-ke lapho-ke kufanele kuwukuthi-ke le migqa eku-number 1 ifanele isiqhubeke ngokuthi ibe sendaweni eqondene.
So this means that if you rotate your bullet right up to the 6th groove,
Kusho ukuthi uma ulokhu uguquguqula inhlamvu yakho uzofika kulo msele wesithupha.
groove number 1 from the exhibit side will still be aligned with groove number 1 on the test side.
kusho ukuthi ke umsele wokuqala kule nhlamvu ethola endaweni esigama isafanele iqhubeke iqondane nomsele wokuqala ku test bullet.
So this is the demand placed on examination by the rules of pattern matching.
Yilokhu ke okuqhubeka kufuneka ngaphansi kwezimiso ke zokwenza i-pattern matching.
Even in CMS, it is like that.
Nangaphansi kwe-CMS kunjalo.
Then the marks that I obtained from in the third groove, as I've already explained,
Kusho impawu engizithole ngaphansi komsele wesithathu njengoba simchazile.
they also confirm and validate what I have found in groove number 1 and in groove number 2.
Qhubeka zilethe isiqiniseko saloko engithole emseleni wokuqala nasemseleni wesibili.
If an examiner follows this approach,
Uma ke ohlolayo landela lendlela
the propensity of committing error becomes very, very low.
kusho ukuthi ke angenza iphutha kuba kuncane kakhulu.
If not negligible at all.
Uma kuukuthi ke singakwazi ngeke sakwazi ukuthi sivele sichithe kukonke.
Even if I didn't have 6 consecutive matching strider in the first groove,
Uma ukuthi mhlambe ke bengatholanga imigqa eyisithupha efananayo emseleni wokuqala.
according to the rules of pattern matching, the approach, the pattern matching approach,
Manje ngaphansi kwalendlela ekuthiwa i-pattern matching,
this would have still demonstrated sufficiency.
lokhu bekuzobe kukhombisile ukuthi kukhona ukuqhathanisa okulingene.
Because the initial marks have been validated by other subsequent grooves.
Ngoba ke impawu zokuqala ziqinisekise impawu ezilandelayo.
Yes. Are you now done with exhibit M1? That is test bullet number 8.
That is correct, my lord.
Siqedile ngalezo nhlamvu.
So you can proceed to exhibit M2. Just put the test bullet number on record.
Masiyadlulela ke kulo mbukiso M2.
This photograph depicts the marks that I have seen in respect of the exhibit and the test bullet marked 369 TB4.
Manje lana kukhombisa ke ukuqhathaniswa kwenhlamvu ekuyona ewumbukiso siqhathanisa nalenhlamvu yokuhlola i-test bullet 369 TB4.
This groove, I have given it just an imaginary number, call it groove 1.
Lana ke nginike lo msele lo esubhekile inombolo yokuthi umsele uqala.
This is a complete metal jacket bullet, test bullet.
Then I can try in time for your trouble complete metal jacket.
Compared with an exhibit bullet.
See, cotton so again in time for telling the in scammer.
When the surface contour is studied,
Umage ubusobele in time for good.
the raised line can be seen at the bottom.
Try again in science, Uliabonagala Lapo Muka Oiko corner.
That is at the bottom of the profile.
We're shooting in Sansige, well, Bonagala Konupa.
This line is followed by a ridge on top.
Lo Mukago Fona Ulandelwa, Eli Emuyumuko Kunyana footing and tan.
This applies to both the left and the right.
Logo Bonagala and Agosogale Nangagosobusa.
After the ridge is another raised line. Actually, I wanted to say the ridge is followed by the valley. The valley is the deeper part. Then follows the ridge on top, just after the valley. The distance between these two ridges, when compared to those on the right-hand side of the dividing line, is the same. So the requirement of spatial relationship has been fulfilled. The depth of this valley, which is between the two ridge lines, is the same. The profile that follows after the ridge, from the ridge to the uppermost part of the profile, is the same. It is the same. When I say it is the same, I don't say it is microscopically identical. As I've already indicated, that ballistics is not based on the fact that the two marks which are being compared should be microscopically identical to make a positive match. But the degree of similarity which exists between those marks should be greater than the degree of dissimilarity. So from this, I rotated. I do not know if there's another. There's a larger. Oh no, it is the same. Yeah, I'm finished with this one, my lord. This is the same groove.
Lana sibheke wona lo msele esisanda kubheka.
This is still groove number 1.
Kusewona ke lo msele wokuqala.
But the depiction is towards the rear of the bullet. It's towards the base.
Lapha sibheke ukuyela ngasemuva kwenhlamvu.
As I've already explained, the contour surface has similarity.
Njengoba sengichazile ke impawu lezi esibonakala lapha sinokufanana.
The two prominent lines, which are ridges, are visible on both the left and the right hand side.
Impawu ke lezi sikhombisa amagqoma lapha ziyafanana ngakwesokunxele nangokwesokudla.
And the two prominent valleys are also visible on this photograph.
Futhi ke nezigodi lezi ezibonakalayo ziyafanana ngakwesokudla nangokwesokunxele.
Can you just point the valleys?
Between these two raised lines, there's a valley between them.
Kunemigqa ke lephakeme emibili kukhona ke isigodi phakathi kwazo.
Above this solid line, that is the raised line, the ridge, there's a valley above it.
Ngenhla kwalomugqa ke lo obonakala lapha nendawo kuyabonakala ukuthi kukhona lapho isigodi esikhona.
How many striations can you identify?
I can identify 3.
Imigqa ke ngikwazi ukuyibona lapha mithathu.
Yes, we may proceed.
The other groove,
This page.
the second groove is on page 5 of the chord chart. This is another groove on test number TB4 and the exhibit.
Omunye umsele kule nhlamvu le ekuthiwa u369 TB4.
The profile, the topographical profile is the same.
Usho ukuthi ke indlela ekunempawu ngayo lapha ebusweni balezi inhlamvu zombili kuyafanana.
There's a line at the bottom which corresponds with the line at the bottom on the other side, on the test.
Kukhona ke umugqa ongenzansi ofananayo nakulo mugqa obonakala kule inhlamvu le yokuhlola i-test bullet.
From this line to the more prominent line, the spatial relationship between this line and this line is the same.
Uma sihlola ke lo migqa ke le ebonakala ngenhlana iyafana.
After the more prominent line, which is in the form of a ridge, there's a valley which is visible on both sides.
Emva ke kwalo migqa lo obonakala kakhulu kukhona ke isigodi esibonalayo ngenhlana kwawo kuzona zombili zenhlamba.
So I must emphasize in respect of TB4
Ifanele ngicizeleleke mayelana nenhlamvu TB4
that the transfer of marks did not happen at to the same magnitude as on TB8.
Kufanele ngichaze ukuthi ke ukudluliseleka kwezimpawu ku-TB4 akufanananga nangendlela ezifike zacaca ngayo lapha ku-TB8.
And it doesn't mean that the marks, when another shot was fired, the marks were not the same in the firearms. The marks are always the same.
Akuchaze ukuthi impawu bezihlukile, impawu zihlale zifana.
So it is just a question of transfer to another medium.
Kusho ukuthi ke lana ke esikubuka kakhulu ukuthi ke indlela ezidluliseke ngayo lezi impawu ukuthi ziyofika kulenye inhlamvu.
There are various circumstances involved which affect the transfer of marks from the firearm to
Khona
the
izinto
bullet.
ezenza ukuthi ke kusale kunomehluko phakathi kokudluliseleka kwezimpawu kulezi inhlamvu.
And they are well documented because they've been discovered through empirical studies.
Futhi ke indlela bebeloko bebheka ngayo bakwazile ukuyibona ukwenzeka kwalokhu futhi ke sekunemiqulu eminingi ebhaliwe mayelana nalokho.
So in this case, the transfer of marks from the firearm to test number TB8 was better than to test number TB4.
Kulokhu ke ukudluliseleka kwezimpawu ukusuka uya enhlamvini le izwa ukuthi TB8 bekungcono kakhulu kunokudluliseleka kwezimpawu ukuya kule nhlamvu ekuthiwa yokuhlola uTB4.
But TB4 is still showing that this is the correct firearm.
Kodwa uTB4 naye usaqhubeka ekhombisa ukuthi yiso ncimishi lesi sibhamu esisetshenzisiwe.
Yes, may I proceed?
I have shown all the court charts which are in my possession, my lord.
Page 6. Enlarge.
Page 6 is just an enlargement.
Hayi ikhasi lesithupha ila ukhuliswe khona lomunye umfanekiso bese ukhonjisiwe.
Can you just once again just demonstrate the marks on the enlarged?
Ngazama futhi ukuthi uchaze ngalezi impawu.
So these are the same marks that I explained.
Yiso lezi impawu ebese ebengichaza ngazo.
That when the complete profile of the exhibit and the test is considered and compared, similarities can be seen.
Ukuthi uma ngiqhathanisa lezi impawu ezise inhlamvini yasesigamekweni nale nhlamvu yokuhlola kuyabonakala ukuthi kukhona ke ukufanana okukhona.
With regard to the overall contour profile.
Mayelana ke nokuthi ke izimpawu zihleli kanjani.
Thank you. Is there anything else that you want to explain regarding the charts?
Khona udinga ukunezezela ukuchaza ngale ma-charts lawa walethile.
As I've already explained, my lord, that these charts should be interpreted within the context of pattern matching.
Njengoba sengichazile ukuthi ke lama-charts lawa fanele achazwe ngaphansi kwesihloko se-pattern matching.
Since pattern matching is a well-recognized system, very old system,
Njengoba ku-pattern matching kuyihlobo lokusebenza olwaziwayo oluselusetshenziswa isikhathi eside.
that has been in existence for more than 100 years.
Shothi lokhu ke lolu hlobo ke lokuqhathanisa selusetshenziswe ngaphezulu kweminyaka eyikhulu.
Even when the literature is perused, it will indicate that this is a very old system and is currently being used.
Nanoma ke kungafundwa osekubhaliwe mayelana nokuqhathanisa kuyabonakala ukuthi lolu hlobo ke lokuqhathanisa uhlobo selusetshenziswe isikhathi eside.
It's not only used in South Africa.
Lisetshenziswa kwelasemzansi kuphela.
The CMS is in certain countries are in the process of implementing it.
Manje masikhuluma nge-CMS khona ke amazwe azama ukuthi alufake lolu hlobo lokuqhathanisa.
The writers and the researchers of forensic ballistics,
Abahlaziyi be-forensic ballistics nababhali
from time to time, when you read their journals, articles, they acknowledge the existence of the pattern matching system.
uma ufunda ke abanokukubhala kuma-journal bayasho ukuthi kukhona ke ne-pattern matching system.
Now, an image has been handed up by the defense expert. It's there on the screen.
Khona ke lapho escreenini isithombe esilethwe uchwepheshe osiza abameli babasola.
It's exhibit LL3.
I can see it, my lord.
It says striation marks on bullets. Exhibit bullet 217267/82. Test bullet, different firearm.
Lapha ke kwahlolwa kusetshenziswa isibhamu esihlukile.
What is your comment?
Khona ukufisa ukuphawula ngalokho.
What I can say is that, as I've already explained, that ballistics is based on the degree of correspondence.
Njengoba sengichazile ukuthi ballistic lena izinze kakhulu ekutheni izinga lokwehluka lingakanani.
which means that the total weight of correspondence over the dissimilarities will determine whether a positive identification has been made.
Manje lokhu kusho ukuthi ke izinga lokuqhathanisa nesisindo esitholakalayo ekuqhathaniseni lizosho ukuthi lichaza ukuthi khona yini ukufanana okulingene.
This means that in a positive identification, there will be similarities to a high degree.
Kusho ukuthi lapho ukuthola ukuthi khona ngempela ukufananayo kusho ukuthi kuzobe kunezinto ezifananayo eziningi.
And there will also be dissimilarities to a very low degree.
Kukhona kuzobe kukhona ke nokwehluka okukhona kodwa kube sezingeni elincane.
Just a minute. Yes.
On tool marks known to have been produced by different tools,
Uma ukhona impalo ezivelayo ezivezwe amathuluzi ahlukene
there will be
Yes.
there will be differences to a very high degree.
kusho ukuthi kuzobe kunomehluko osezingeni eliphezulu.
Yes.
And there may be a small fraction of similarities,
Kusho ukuthi kuzoba nengcosana encane yokufanana.
but the differences will outweigh that fraction of similarities.
Kusho ukuthi ke ukwehluka kuzobe kungaphezulu kakhulu ngezinga uma kuqhathaniswa ke nokufanana.
Based on the strength of the dissimilarities,
Mase silandela ke ukwehlukana
one is able to exclude a particular tool mark.
umuntu uyakwazi ukuthi asho ukuthi no lesi akusona isibhamu esisetshenzisiwe
From being produced by a particular tool.
sihlukanisa ke nalesi esivezwa elinye ithuluzi.
Just a minute. Yes.
So this is more or less the representation of a known non-match.
Lana ke kukhombisa ke ukuthi izinga lokwehlukana elaziwayo.
The two tool marks were produced by different tools.
Kusho ukuthi ke izimpawu ezilana zivezwe amathuluzi noma zishiwe amathuluzi ehlukile.
With a very small measure of similarities between
Kusho
them.
ukuthi izinga lokufanana liphansi kakhulu.
This, to reach, during comparison, to make a positive identification,
Ukuthi ke sikwazi ukufinyelela la sikwazi ke ukuqhathanisa kutholakale ukufanana.
this kind of similarity from tool marks produced by different tools
Ukufanana ke okulapha okuvezwa amathuluzi amabili ehlukile
must be exceeded by far.
kufanele kwedlule kakhulu izinga lokufanana.
Just a minute. Yes.
If the focus was only on one groove,
Uba ukuthi ke sasibheke kuphela umsele owodwa
in demonstrating the non-match,
ekuzameni ukukhombisa ukungefani
it is very incorrect.
akuyona indlela yokusetshenzwa ngayo leyo
Because we don't know we don't know anything about the other grooves.
ngoba asazi lutho ngaleminye imisele
Yes.
One can only be able to comment or be in a position to state that the differences outweigh the similarities when he has access to all the grooves.
umuntu angakwazi ukuthi ke umehluko ungaphezulu kwezinga lokufanana uma kuwukuthi uyakwazi ukufinyelela noma ukubona leminye imisele
That determination cannot be made on a single groove.
manje ke leso sinqumo ngeke sakwazi ukuthathwa kubhekwe kuphela umsele owodwa
What I can say is that the degree of similarity that I have demonstrated in respect of the exhibit and the tests that I examined
manje lokufanana engikwazile ukuchaza ngiphinde ngikukhombise phakathi kwenhlamvu yasendaweni yesigameko nale nhlamvu nezinhlamvu ezisetshenziswe ukuhlola ngazo
it outweighs this agreement by far.
manje ke inesisindo esikhulu kakhulu kunaloku kufanana ukubonakala kukhonjiswe la
That is why I'm in a position to state with certainty that the marks on the exhibit bullet and the marks on the test bullets that I have examined are coming from a single source.
yikho ngikwazi ukuletha isiqiniseko ngizethemba uma ngithi ke izimpawu ezitholakala enhlamvini yombukiso nelenhlamvu ekubekuhlolwa ngazo ziyafana kakhulu okusho ukuthi ke ziphuma ke esibhamini esifanayo
Meaning that they were imparted on those specimens by a single firearm.
okusho ukuthi lezi impawu lezi zishiyeke kulezi inhlamvu lesi isibhamu esisodwa
And do you confirm and adhere to the correctness of your report, Exhibit M?
I confirm, my lord.
ngathi ngiyaqinisekisa
Just in general, one last aspect. What happens if a barrel is swapped?
Can I please get the question again?
Well, what happens if a barrel is swapped, is changed of a
manje
firearm?
kwenzekani uma kuthi umbhobho ushintshiwe esibhamini wakhishwa ufaka omunye
When the barrel is swapped, all the individual characteristics inside that barrel will go with it.
manje uma kuwukuthi umbhobho wesibhamu uyakhishwa kufakwe omunye kusho ukuthi ke lezinto ebezishiya iy'mpawu ezithize ezaziwayo enhlamvini lowo mbhobho uzohamba nalezo mpawu ngoba angeke zisaba khona
A new barrel that is mounted on that firearm will come with its own individual
kusho
characteristics.
ukuthi-ke lo mbhobho omusha ozofaka kuleso sibhamu uzoletha-ke izimpawu zawo ezintsha
And if someone were to make a comment that the bullet, the evidence bullet that you've examined was planted on the scene, what would your comment be?
The bullet was planted on the scene.
Yes.
What I can say, because in this case, if I comment, my comment will be based on the findings,
Yes.
the microscopic findings that I've personally arrived at.
Yes.
If I do not know whether the question is in respect of the bullet in question or
Yes, the
any
bullet
other.
in question, yes.
Okay. What I can say is that this bullet, it has been determined that this bullet was fired by the firearm in question.
manje uma ukuthi khona ozofikeka athi lenhlamvu etholakala lapha endaweni yesigameko ayona inhlamvu eyayikhona lapha inhlamvu eyafike yatshalwa nje ngokuthi ibe ngendlela yokukhwabanisa ukuze kucatsha ukuthi iyona inhlamvu eyatholakala lapha kanti ayitshaliwe lapha uthi-ke mina engakuphendula-ke yilokuthi-ke le nhlamvu leya inhlamvu eyathi mihlaziyo yabonakala iyona ephema lapha kule ndawo.
So I cannot comment whether or not it was planted, but what I can say with certainty is that this bullet was fired by the same firearm, the test of which I compared with it.
Angeke ngakwazi ukuphika ukuthi le nhlamvu ingabe itshaliwe lapha endaweni yesigameko kodwa engingakusho nje yilokhu ukuthi le nhlamvu uma ngiyihlola ngibonile ukuthi iyona yadutshulwa yiso lesi sibhamu lesi enginikwe sona ukuthi ngisihlole.
Do you have the bullet here, the evidence bullet?
Unayo yini le nhlamvu lena etholakala esigamekweni la ngabe unayo uyilethile lana?
That is correct, my lord, I have it.
If you can just explain to the court how the tip of that bullet looks like.
Cela ukuthi uyichazeleke inkantolo ukuthi lapha phambi kwale nhlamvu leya kunjani.
You can put it there, don't turn your back on the court, just put it there.
Now, which bullet is that? Mr. Baloi?
The evidence bullet, the bullets from the scene,
Okay.
if you can just describe its tip.
Sicela ke sichazele ukuthi lunjani unqinqema lwangaphambili lwale nhlamvu.
But before you do, just show it to everybody here.
Yes.
Because if we don't see things, they never are there. Before you describe it, can Mr. Baloi give it to all the defense counsels so that they must see it? And when you start speaking, at least we know that everybody has seen what you say you are speaking about. show it to the court. Show it to the accused. Okay.
Just for record purposes, the bullet serves as Exhibit 4 before the court. Okay, can you just describe its tip?
The bullet is a 9mm caliber bullet.
Le nhlamvu ke uhlobo le 9mm.
The type of a bullet, it is a CMJ, complete metal jacket bullet.
Le hlobo ke le nhlamvu CMJ complete metal jacket.
The bullet has a slight dent on the nose.
Kukhona ke lapha inenhlamvu lena ethintekile usuthi khuzukile lapha phambili onqimeni lwangaphambili lwenhlamvu.
Thank you. Thank you. Now this 12 minutes after 3, it's close to the normal court sitting time of the court. Can we adjourn until tomorrow?
Oh, is that so? Okay.
My colleagues have also indicated that they'd like a session with their ballistic expert this afternoon.
When?
This
afternoon. Okay, fine.
After
No
the
problem.
court is adjourned.
Okay, we adjourn until tomorrow, 10 o'clock.
Nice.